Alright, hello everybody, and welcome to... It's not 2020 Hindsight, it's 2020 Hindsight, because it's 2021 now, and we're done with this. But we're taking a look back tonight at everything that went on in 2020 Hindsight. Or at least a few things. We're going to talk about the games that we finished. We're going to look back at some fun moments that we have clips for. And yeah, that's what we're going to do tonight. So, welcome. Thanks to everybody who has watched and chatted during the entire set of weekend streams last year, which was when when this all took place. We had some weeknight streams too, where we did some sort of corollary games to the set that was really the goal over the weekends. But we have here, you can see the set of games that I initially kind of like planned out to touch upon. We had the Half-Life games, both 1 and 2, and the expansions. We had Hexen. We also did Heretic during weeknight streams. We had Turok and Turok 2. We had Star Fox. We had the Metroid Prime trilogy. We had the Devil May Cry, not trilogy, but all 5 games. We did not do lowercase m DMC, but we did everything else. Some of which I had never completed before or never played before. But I suppose I'll get into that in a little more detail as we go through the list. We did Tyrion, we did Bloodfresh Supply, we did the Guardian Legend. We did all of these things, got through all of them. Started, I think February 15th was the first stream, because that was right after I had switched ISPs, because this year started out with Optimum trying to suck a golf ball through a garden hose, and me not being able to stream pretty much whatsoever. So... shoutouts to Verizon, because Fios actually works and does what it says on the tin, and that enabled me to actually get on with what I was planning to do this year. And we had just enough time to get through all of this, including the bonus game of Hexen 2. We haven't yet done the expansion. We're going to be doing that starting tomorrow night, and we will be segueing into other stuff after that. Which reminds me, I completely forgot to bring up the graphic for that, but I'll make it work. That'll come at the end. Anyway, let's go into the details of what exactly did we accomplish this year. So, as I've been going through this year, I've been taking notes on all of the game completions. When they started, when they finished. I'm going to have to move my head so that people can actually see the times. How long they took me. You know, these aren't like 100% super precise, but they're pretty accurate. A couple times, you know, you always forget to start or stop the timer every once in a while, so there were slight adjustments here or there, but these are pretty much a good indication of how long stuff took. So, we started out with Half-Life. Like I said, February 15th was the first stream. Half-Life and its expansions took us almost a full month of weekend streams. We had Half-Life clocking in at a little over 13 hours. I'm actually going to move my camera so that I don't have to lean over. That would probably be a good idea. Let's just fit myself in here where I'm not blocking anything super important. So yeah, keep that in mind. Half-Life 1 took 13 hours. That's an important factor for later. We had the expansions, which were quite a bit shorter, especially in the case of Blue Shift. Blue Shift was interesting in that it almost felt like a step backward. Because, like, Opposing Force felt like it added new stuff. Whereas Blue Shift, like, took away any sort of, like, HEV suit mechanic. You just had, like, set pieces of armor that you could pick up. You couldn't, like, refill it like you could in Half-Life or Opposing Force. I'm trying to think. Didn't Opposing Force have new weapons, but Blue Shift didn't? I feel like Opposing Force did more new with the game than Blue Shift did. And, of course, Blue Shift was just shorter in general, so... I remember being surprised when I had already gotten to the end of that, so that was, like, slightly disappointing in a way. But, of course, Half-Life in general was still, like, a huge deal when it came out. Prior to playing it during 2020 Hindsight, I had only ever played up to, like, I think a little bit past the Blast Pit section. So, yeah, we had a lot of ground to cover that I had never seen before when I played this. And then Opposing Force, I think I might have played a demo of it or something back in the 90s. And then Blue Shift, I don't think I had ever touched. So, a lot of this was blind. Half-Life was mostly blind, like 75% or so blind. Half-Life 2 was also about that much blind. I had played past, like, the whole water section, I think. I had never visited Ravenholm, so, like, this was the first time we did that. Oh, you know what I don't think I have a clip for, but was a really defining moment? When I completely missed a lever for, like, several minutes and was, like, trying to sequence break crap. So that was a thing that happened. Missing levers or ladders is definitely a thing that happens to me sometimes. But Half-Life 2 was absolutely amazing. Like, you could tell... Number one, you could tell why it was such a big deal when it came out. And number two, after I played through 2 plus Episode 1 and Episode 2, I could understand why everybody has been super impatiently waiting for the next chapter for, you know, almost 20 years. It's kind of ridiculous. Episode 1 really didn't do much in terms of the plot. Episode 1 felt like a tech demo, pretty much. Episode 2 definitely did more with the plot, but that ended far sooner than I was prepared for it to end. And then I was just like, what? Really? That's it? You're gonna leave me hanging here like that? That was Episode 2. So yeah, that was the Half-Life games. That took us just barely into April. Oh, hang on. I think I just nudged my camera over. I meant to nudge the page over. So after that, we went into Hexen, which is a game I had played... I had never beaten the second hub in Hexen. I had never found all the switches, and I was very worried. Like, I was wary that I was taking a very big risk playing Hexen for 2020 Hindsight, because I was worried that, like, I could end up spending a lot of time hunting for switches and getting nowhere. And I might just get stuck. But we didn't get totally stuck. It went pretty well. Took 15 hours. The funny thing was, Metroid McFly was playing Hexen on N64 at about the same time that I was playing it here on PC. And I think he did it in like one 16-hour stream or something crazy like that. At least I seem to remember him talking about that. I was kind of like not watching him because I didn't want to spoil it for myself. I think we both had sort of frustrating moments where the game fails to convey that you need to actually fall down a really long shaft for progression. I kept reloading because I was like, okay, I'm just falling forever, it's gonna kill me, right? Not letting it actually kill me, because surprise, it doesn't. It's a loading zone, not a death plane. I think that might have been in the 4th hub, I forget. I definitely had some issues finding progression in the 4th hub. I think it was the 4th one. But we got through it. I think it's a cool game. Like, I've seen people on the internet give Hexen a real bad rap, and give, like, Hexen and Hexen 2 a bad rap. And Hexen 2 might be a little more deserving of the bad rap. But Hexen, I think, did really interesting things with the Doom engine that you wouldn't have considered at the time. Hey, Stephen Maniac. Yeah, the one death pit that's not a death pit. That's exactly what it was. Or what it wasn't. But yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. Also, I'm just realizing, let me push one button real quick. Alright, cool. I thought it was cool because, like, Hexen introduced the ACS scripting language, which, my understanding is, like, the Ultimate Doom Builder still uses that. Like, people still use ACS in modern-day Doom maps, which I think is kind of phenomenal, thinking that that went back, like, you know, 20-some-odd years to Hexen. Now, of course, Hexen was the successor to Heretic. Heretic was much more straight up a Doom Megawatt, or a Doom total conversion, I guess you could say, because, like, it still very much felt like Doom, but you had, you know, completely replaced weapons, you still had 3 keys, you still had a map, you had an inventory system which was new, and Hexen expanded on that. Because, like, with Heretic, with the inventory system, you couldn't carry multiples of the same item across stages. You would only end up with one in the next stage, whereas Hexen, it would carry them through. And Hexen also persisted the Wings of Wrath throughout the entire hub. Once you found the Wings of Wrath, you had it for the remainder of the time that you were in the hub. Whereas in Heretic, I can't remember if Wings of Wrath was actually time-limited or if it was, like, for the rest of the map. And I want to think... I can't remember if it was the Wings of Wrath or the Invincibility Ring or both that you couldn't carry into the next map. So Heretic had a couple of interesting limits imposed like that, which looked like very, like, intentional design decisions. But I think both games are cool. We'll get to Heretic later, because it'll be later in the list. This is the list of games that I specifically played during the weekend streams first, so let's continue with that. Death Kings of the Dark Citadel. I couldn't finish that. There were tech issues. I'm not sure I would have... Like, I felt sort of relieved, actually, because Death Kings was a much rougher experience than Hexen. They were throwing a lot of rude crap at you when you weren't really well-armed to deal with it. But it got to a point where it was consistently crashing for me in the same place, and I was just like, well, I guess we gotta put a pin in that one. And then I played more Heretic for the rest of that night instead. I'm disappointed that that didn't turn out well, but... Like, that was a thing that I had never gotten to play before, because I couldn't run it. I actually have a CD. I don't know if I have it here. I do have it here. This is the Death Kings of the Dark Citadel CD. I had the CD. I could... Whoop. I also have the manual for Hexen in here. I could never play this because it required version 1.1 of Hexen, and I only had Hexen on floppy disks, and it was 1.0. So I had this and was never able to play it until I got it on Steam. Now, what's interesting is Hexen 2's expansion is not available on Steam, but Hexen 2 is. But we'll get to that more later, too. So after Hexen, what did we do? We went into Star Fox. I spent one night on Star Fox. In retrospect, I should have given myself more time for Star Fox. I ended up save-stating through it. What I can say is I did legitimately get through the entirety of the first tier of stages without save-stating, and that is already more than I ever did when I was younger. Like, I rented Star Fox when I was a kid, and I think the farthest I got was Meteor, which was this 4th stage of level 1. So I already did better here. I had a hard time with the final boss of Star Fox using the photon weapon. Like, I ended up actually, like, having an easier time when I died and came back in with regular lasers. I don't know if there's actually a legit hitbox issue there or what, but for some reason that happened to me. But someday I should play Star Fox 64 again. Star Fox 64 I did own. I never got all the medals, but I found it to be a way more enjoyable experience because better graphics, actually acceptable frame rate, because let's not forget, Star Fox was on the Super FX chip. So, Super FX chip was really notable for what it tried to do on the SNES hardware, but it ran at, like, you know, less than 10 frames per second, so that kind of made things hard to play. After Star Fox, I actually did one stream of Doom for SNES, because that's also a Super FX chip game, and I thought it would be funny. I unfortunately couldn't finish it, because if I recall correctly, the game crashed at the beginning of Episode 3. And there wouldn't have really been a great way to continue it. Because, like, there were no passwords or anything in that. You just had to start at the beginning of the episode. And you're only able to start at the beginning of episodes 2 or 3 if you pick higher difficulties. I don't remember which difficulty I played it on. It might have been Hurt Me Plenty. Because, like, I wasn't going to give myself a harder time than that. Given how bad the controls are on Doom SNES, it's so unresponsive. So I didn't even bother putting that on here. That was more of an intermission because that was my segue. That was me buying time until the beginning of May to actually start Devil May Cry. Hey, Zachy, thanks for the host. We're just going through the game list and what we accomplished in 2020 hindsight. Devil May Cry, I'm actually kind of sad that I didn't clip a lot from that. I do have a few clips that we will see, but I should have clipped more consistently throughout the entire series. Now, Devil May Cry, I'm going to skip ahead one page here, but I'll come back. The thing you're going to notice here is the counting here is kind of like the incorrect counting with the Holy Hand Grenade, where it goes 1, 2, 5. That's because we played 3 and 4 during weeknight streams, because I had already played Devil May Cry 3 and 4 before. Devil May Cry 1, I had played probably 3/4 of the way through, but I'd never finished. 2, I had never touched, because my friend in college who had exposed me to the series just said, don't. And 5, I had not touched, but I had only ever heard good things about, but I had never gotten a chance to play it yet. Hey, Ryutek. Yeah, I played DMC2. It's in the collection / the playlist. Oh man, you know what I should have done? I should have actually had links ready for the collection and the playlist. I should scrounge those up at some point during the stream. But if you go to my collections page on Twitch or my playlists on YouTube, you will find the full set of playthroughs. Which actually, let me throw my YouTube link into my Twitch chat for those of you who are there, because it's not exactly a memorable link right now. Hopefully eventually I'll get enough subscribers for that to be a memorable link instead, but we'll see what happens. Because I'm really just starting to do stuff on YouTube now too, but this stream is actually going on both right now. So yeah, you can watch all the Devil May Cry stuff. It's all in there. So Devil May Cry 1 obviously started the series off. You compare it to something like Onimusha, the way that Onimusha started out, it still had the Resident Evil controls, whereas Devil May Cry had the actual, like, no more tank controls. So Devil May Cry had better controls to start with, whereas Onimusha only picked up the non-tank controls at Onimusha 3. And fortunately, the remaster of Onimusha 1 also gives you that option. But like, so there's definitely things that, like, later games in the series improved, but, like, Devil May Cry 1 really did set the bar for action games. And then we go to Devil May Cry 2, which kind of regressed. I know there was, like, a whole change of director and stuff, and that probably had a lot to do with it. Devil May Cry 2 very much regressed from feeling like an absolute, like, trendsetter for action games to, like, just falling into the background and being like, this feels like any other completely mediocre PS2 action game. Because, like, there were plenty of mediocre PS2 action games, and Devil May Cry 2 feels like one of those. It just has Devil May Cry skinning over it. They had some really questionable decisions in there. They made comboing next to impossible. There was the whole infested tanks and infested helicopter thing, which is just like, they ran out of ideas, I guess. That was just terrible. I honestly feel like Lucia was way more fun to play as. Lucia's comboing actually felt decent, whereas Dante's was just like, don't even bother trying. Yeah, the secret to DMC2 is to not move and press the shooting button. It definitely was at some points. That definitely was a thing. Utek asks, the right order is 3, 2, 1, 4, 5 or something. If you're talking about chronological order... oh crap, I can't remember. 2 comes after 1. And I think there was some confusion where, like, I think the ordering between 2 and 4 was, like, actually, like, retconned and reversed at one point. So, yeah, I think it's 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. I think that's correct. But yeah, so and Dante just sounds so deadpan. The voice acting in 2 is pretty iffy, and it's like, so like when you get to DMC 3, which we'll see in the peripheral list later, like DMC 3 also has kind of like terrible voice acting in a way, but it's like intentionally terrible. Whereas DMC 2 feels like it's trying to take itself seriously and it's absolutely failing at it. So yeah. The whole coin flip thing in the plot in DMC2 when they reveal that at the end is just like, oh, of course. And, like, I felt like the Dante costing a tone was like, this is them trying to, like, preserve, like, one tiny fraction of Dante's actual character. But it doesn't feel like a DMC game in any way, shape, or form, pretty much. So, yeah, we played it. We even played it again. We played it on hard mode just so I could unlock Trish and see what her moveset was like. Because when you finish it on hard mode with Dante, you unlock Trish, and she has the Demon Sword Sparta. So that was kind of interesting. Of course, once I knew what I was doing, that took me 4 hours, whereas the original playthrough took me like 6.5. I'm pretty sure an entire hour of that 6.5 hours was me getting lost in that one map in the later half of the game where you're going back through the city again, and you have to find the 4 stupid things that you have to destroy to open the door. It took me a real long time to find the last one of those. And then Lucia has those too, but they're in different places. So yeah, DMC2 was a thing. We played it. I still think it's telling. Like, my hot take is that I would sooner play DMC2 than lowercase DMC. And it's not to say anything bad. Like, I know there are, like, action purists who say DMC lowercase m is a bad game for the action mechanics. I just say it's a bad game because of the rebooted plot. Like, I just found the plot to be absolutely awful. Like, even the demo of DMC lowercase m unsold me on it because it had the one cutscene with the boss where Dante and the boss are just trading F-bombs back and forth for 3 lines in a row. I'm like, this is the best writing you could come up with for a new DMC game in, like, 20... What year did that come out with? That had to be, like, mid this decade, right? So... I don't know that Bayonetta is the same universe, but it's created by, like, the same people were involved. Like, a lot of Platinum Games' crew was originally involved in DMC development, so that's why Bayonetta was a big deal. I could check whether it's the same universe, but I didn't know about that. But yeah, so after 2, we went straight into 5 on the weekends, which I didn't realize that 5 was built on the new RE engine. Which is freaking phenomenal. Like, I actually haven't played any of the new REs. Resident Evil isn't really my thing. I do think that the new Resident Evil remakes are, like, super impressive. But DMC 5 being built on that engine allowed it to do some really impressive stuff. And, like, I could definitely see where, like, I'm sure there are people who are not a fan of the redesigned characters. But I really kind of liked them, and I appreciated how they redesigned Nero because, spoiler alert, Nero's relationship to Virgil. I thought the way they redesigned him made a lot of sense. And, of course, hands down, my favorite character in the entire DMC series has to be Nico. Like, no freaking question. Hey, DS, Happy New Year to you, too. And actually, like, I liked Nero I think the first time I played DMC4, I didn't like Nero. But I really liked him this time because, like, the ability to grab things with the Devil Bringer, like, that just gives you infinite combo ability. So, yeah, I really liked that. Let me see. The only mention I see of Devil May Cry on the Bayonetta page on Wikipedia is that it was directed by Hideki Kamiya, which he was the one who created Devil May Cry. So definitely a staffing overlap. Not sure about a universe overlap, but definitely a staffing overlap. And of course it shows. Like, Bayonetta does pretty awesome things with the action genre as well. Oh, you're watching that being played by your boyfriend currently, Ryutek. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's a super fun game. And I don't remember if this happened already, but I know they are planning on releasing, like, playable Virgil with, like, the special edition or whatever. So, there'll be more fun to be had with DMC5. So we can talk more about DMC 3 and 4 a bit when they come up on the later part of the game list. But as far as the mainline 2020 Hindsight weekend streams went, we did 1, we did 2, we did 5, and then that was the end of May. We went into Chex Quest next because Chex Quest HD got released earlier this year. So I definitely wanted to try that. And Chex Quest fits well enough in with, like, the retro FPS theme that had been kind of prevalent throughout 2020 hindsight. I had played the original Chex Quest before. I had not played 2 or 3, and of course, HD just came out. HD is on a completely different engine. It was built by people who had never built an FPS before. Like, those developers had done all kinds of different games, but never an FPS, and it kind of showed. It was still a commendable effort. It still did cool things. It was a true 3D environment. So it did cool things where, like, you could clearly see reminiscences to the original levels, but it was new, and it had, like, fun little, like, secret, like, lore messages when you found the secret areas and stuff. Virgil is already out, and he's $5 for those who don't have the special edition, the Stevie Maniac says. Is getting Virgil separately effectively the same as getting the special edition, though, or is there more stuff in the special edition? Because, like, I wasn't sure whether to feel like I was missing out. But yeah, so Chex Quest 2 and 3. 2 was another thing. I think 2 was also included with cereal boxes back in the 90s. Chex Quest 3 was a thing that the creator just eventually, like, came out of nowhere and released in 2008 because he had gotten emails for, like, years of people just asking, hey, can you make more Chex Quest? So we played all of them. We did that across 2 nights. They're each pretty short. They're each, like, 5-level WADs. But, you know, they're fun little things, ways to make the Doom engine less violent. Yeah, I mean, I have normal DMC5 on PC also, obviously, because I got it prior to the special edition being announced. So that's kind of why I'm curious, like, would there be any reason to get the special edition versus just the Virgil DLC? So after Chex Quest, I mean, like, yeah, the Chex Quest stuff was super short. We're talking, like, 3 hours total, effectively. Well, I guess a little more than that. And then HD just ran a little bit longer than the original. But Chex Quest HD is free, so, like, you should definitely go try it if you want something just goofy and fun to play around with for a couple hours. After Chex Quest, we went into Turok. This year featured quite a few games that Night Dive Studios did ports for recently. So Turok and Turok 2, we played the Night Dive Studios ports for PC. I know I had rented Turok once on N64, but I did not get far at all. Turok and Turok 2 were both pretty interesting. Turok 2 added more, like, Metroidvania stuff, but it was still kind of superficial, but it added, like, abilities you had to, like, collect stuff to get, and then go back, and you could get to new areas in previous levels. But both Turok games focused on, like, a single hub and a bunch of other levels you could get to from the main hub. And then having a final level unlocked after all of that. Turok 2 seemed to try to add a lot more, like, dialogue and plot. I don't really know how I feel about any of that. It felt kind of, like, out of left field and, like, okay, this is fine, I guess, but it didn't really feel like it needed to be there either. But, like, okay. It was nice that they tried something new. Turok Evolution, is that available on N64 also? Because there were a couple of other there were at least 2 other Turoks on N64. And I do have an EverDrive 64 now, so I could play those if I really wanted to, but I'm really not sure that I want to. Although somebody, might have been on Major Arlene's server, someone mentioned playing Turok and Turok 2, and someone else said that, like, they think even the weaker parts of the series are enjoyable. But I don't know. That plus N64 controls. I'll have to see how I feel about fitting that in sometime this year. Next year is this year now. We're in 2021 already. Surprise. Oh, it's newer than that. Oh, that's true. If it was PS2, then it would have to be GameCube. That would make more sense. Well, I guess add that to the things that I have to see if I can get running somehow. I'll have to look that one up and see what reception was for that one, because I feel like all the other Turoks, the reception was kind of weak. But yeah, so like I thought Turok 2 did interesting things. The environments were far more varied than Turok 1. Turok 1, a lot of the environments felt very much the same until you got to the 8th, like the final full level. And then all of a sudden everything is like, you know, futuristic alien ship textures and stuff. And also that level took forever. I was not prepared for that level to be so long. But both of those games are pretty cool. I liked, I forget if I needed a guide for anything in either game. Because I know there was, like, one or two things that it took me a while to, like, go back and find in each of them, especially one. But I know I did eventually find everything. Like, we put together the entire Chronoscepter in Turok 1, which is actually kind of mostly meaningless, but I'll talk about that later when we get into clips. But yeah, they were both fun games. 2 felt like it could have done more with the backtracking elements than it did. Because a lot of them were just like, okay, I can do these 1 or 2 things now, and then I'm done with this again. Oh yeah, I don't think there's any issue with me emulating smoothly. It's just a matter of whether it works or not. Like, I emulated Cyvariar back when we were doing that, just in case I wanted to use that version instead of the PC version that I was having trouble with my controller inputs on, but then I found out that the PS4 controller was working fine with it, so I just used the PC version, because it was a lot clearer. So after Turok, we went into Max Payne. Max Payne, I bait and switched people with, because I said, I'm gonna do the MP trilogy next. Well, Metroid Prime starts with M and P, but so does Max Payne. We didn't actually do the full Max Payne trilogy, but I realized, like, I had seen my buddy Chilibus from the Overload community talk about Max Payne a couple times, because he's a big Remedy fan. He's played Control also, which I have not played yet either, which Remedy did both Max Payne and Control. Max Payne 3 was not done by Remedy, and it requires, like, integration with Rockstar's, you know, whatever their dumb club thing is, so I was just like, I'm not going to bother myself with that. I'm just going to do 1 and 2, because those seem like the definitive Max Payne experience. Max Payne feels kind of rough. Like, you will die very quickly, generally. Yeah. I tricked people with... DS saw it coming. DS was like, why was he being cagey about that? Like, why didn't he just straight up say Metroid Prime, and then comes in and, oh, it's Max Payne. Well, that's why. So DS was not tricked. He thought it was kind of sus. But yeah, so Max Payne and Max Payne 2, they were fun games. I'm definitely glad to have played them. I was not prepared for how trippy the intermission segments of Max Payne were. And that very much made it more obvious to me, like, okay, now I see where Remedy was coming from with Control, because Control is just absolute trippiness throughout. So, like, I think it was cool to get that perspective on it. That being said, I would definitely, like, I'm gonna stick to, like, the Doom games and stuff if I want retro, you know, first-person shooters and whatnot. Like, Max Payne feels very off to me in terms of how quickly you die and, like, having to chug painkillers but then not knowing how often you're gonna get them. So yeah, it was a little of a weird experience for me. But there were definitely some funny moments in there though that we will see later. Yeah, with the right, I was gonna say with it had the bullet time thing too, which sometimes did weird things too. I think I have a clip of that later too. But yeah, so we did Max Payne, and then we went into the Metroid Prime trilogy, and I was actually a little worried, because, I'm gonna run up right against my October deadline, because I wanted to start Blood Fresh Supply in October. But we did make it. I didn't pay attention to the times in here at all, so just briefly, like, Turok 2, you can see, took, like, more than twice as long as the first Turok, because the areas were that much more expansive, and there was, like, more backtracking between areas and stuff. Max Payne 2, I was surprised how short it was. And then we went into the Metroid Prime trilogy. So, Metroid Prime 1, I have played before. I played it on... I played it using Prime Hack, which allows you to play the trilogy version on it's a modified version of Dolphin that allows keyboard and mouse support. So I was like, let's make this into an actual FPS and see what happens. And what happens is, aiming becomes a lot easier, but moving in Morph Ball form becomes a nightmare. Because like you feel way less precise trying to use the WASD keys for Morph Ball movement. So that makes me really glad that I didn't plan to do that for Metroid Prime 2, because there's even more Morph Ball movement involved in Metroid Prime 2. Blood might have been where you came along. I actually don't remember exactly when you followed, but if you became a more regular viewer back in... I thought you were around longer than that, honestly. But that was in October of 2020. So if that's about when you came along, then yeah, that would be it. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Yeah, we have things to say about Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. For all of the things that Metroid Prime did right, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes took that success and then drove it into the ground in as many ways possible. The whole Dark World mechanic felt very oppressive, at least until you get the ability to move uninhibited throughout it. There were a couple of very rude boss fights, one of which does not have a save point for several minutes before it. Man, I wish I had that, I know some people have a bot command that tells you your follow age. I don't have that, and I don't know how to get it, so... Otherwise, I'd be able to tell you. I think there's a site that you can find out how long you've been following, actually, so you could probably Google around for that. But yeah, Metroid Prime Echoes took a long-ass time to finish. I mean, like, even Metroid Prime took almost 20 hours, and that wasn't a first playthrough, but, like, to be fair, anything that I wasn't on a first playthrough, I still didn't remember a lot of, because I haven't played them in, like, 15-plus years, if they're on this list. So, Metroid Prime was, like, semi-blind. Metroid Prime 2 was very blind. I had technically played halfway through Metroid Prime... Well, maybe not halfway. Maybe a third of the way through Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. I had played to about the Boost Ball Guardian. But anything beyond that was blind. So, like, the whole thing with the Spider Ball Guardian was blind. The whole thing with the mid-boss after the Spider Ball Guardian was blind. And those were absolutely the worst parts, just in terms of, like, how much progress I lost. And had to, like, retrace steps. When I unfortunately died there. I had some real problems, especially on the Spider Ball boss, because I wasn't even sure how to, like, not take damage in some parts of it. And then later on it became more evident how that was supposed to work. Followed on August 20th. Oh, okay, then you were actually around for, like, some of the Metroid Prime stuff, too. I wasn't wrong, you were around longer than October. I was playing Metroid... I mean, you can tell by the dates here. I started Metroid Prime at the beginning of August, and that went through August and September, as we will see on the next page, which continues with Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, which was great because it was not Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. You had Wiimote controls, which were both a good thing and a bad thing. They had to add Waggle 9 Ways from Sunday, which I could have done without. I actually had to, like... I had to try a couple times to find a good place for the Wiimote sensor bar, just so that I wasn't having problems with, like, because, like, sometimes you have to, like, do the pull and push thing, and I was having so many problems with that until I repositioned that bar. But yeah, having Wiimote controls for aiming was really neat. And, I mean, having, you know, increased graphical power was also cool. The game did a lot of cool things to try to feel... I hate to use the word epic like this, but I feel like Metroid Prime 3 really tried to feel more epic. I also feel like it also tried to feel more like almost more like a Halo game or something, because, like, you had this constant presence, reminder of, like, there's this other Federation force that you're supposed to be assisting, or whatever. Or, you know, you're just doing all the hard shit and then they come up afterwards, or whatever. I had one really bad moment in Metroid Prime 3 where I missed a bit of conveyance where there's an energy recharge before a certain boss. And I thought I was going to have a big problem with that boss until I completely redid an entire segment before the boss, and then realized, oh my god, I can recharge my health here. Because in Metroid Prime 3, there are like 2 places in the entire game where there are Phazon pools, and you can recharge your health there because you're corrupted with Phazon. In any other Metroid Prime game, those pools would hurt you. So my initial instinct was like, I should not fall in there. No, actually, I should fall in there and get my damn health back. Yeah, a few people have follow age. I think, I want to think Elegy has one. That's probably where I remember seeing it. Yeah, that's where I remember seeing it. So, like, I know people have it. I'm not sure what bots they're using, but it's probably not Nightbot. But yeah, other than that, Metroid Prime 3 was a lot of fun. The whole AI thing, I know I was a little bit irritated by that, but Metroid Prime 3 definitely a lot more enjoyable than 2, though. So they definitely and the thing they did in Metroid Prime 3, I feel like they did go out of their way in a lot of situations to try to, like, convey things and explain them, whereas they might have failed with that in 2. So I feel like they were trying to, like, overcompensate, if anything, for some of the shortcomings of Metroid Prime 2. Now, Prime 3 was another game that I had played, like, I think I had played 8 hours of in-game time into once in the past, but again, I didn't really remember anything. I had gotten somewhere into Skytown. I had gotten Screw Attack, and I totally didn't remember that I had gotten Screw Attack, but when I looked at my old save file, I had it. You get Screw Attack a lot earlier in 3 than you do in 2. 2, it's a very late game item. 3, it's surprisingly not. Screw Attack it can be kind of a problematic item, though, because, like, if you don't have your trajectory right, or if you bounce your jumps on the wrong timing or something, you can end up bonking into something you really don't want to. But, yeah. I really liked the loading screens. I remember commenting on this during the game. I liked the loading screens in Metroid Prime 3. Because, like, they had specific ones for whether you were, like, going between places on the same planet, or going between planets, or, you know, between destinations throughout the solar system or whatever. And I thought that was really cool. It wasn't just, like, I'm on an elevator all the time. But yeah, so that was the Metroid Prime trilogy. Metroid Prime 3 took me only a few hours less than 2 did, actually. And we finished that just in time. I think I made use of, like, Labor Day for that. I might have made use I think I made use of another Monday that I had taken off. So we managed to squeeze in just enough streams to finish Metroid Prime 3 before October. And then October, we went into Blood Fresh Supply. Fresh Supply includes the 4 original episodes and the 2 expansions. Whoops, I just bonked. Sorry about that. The 4 original episodes and the 2 expansions. The first of the 2 expansions, Cryptic Passage, was made by a different development team than the original game. The second expansion was done by the original development team. I actually enjoyed the first expansion more than the second. And the second expansion added more enemy types and stuff too, but I thought it was worse because of it. And, like, the #1 problem with Blood Fresh Supply, or with Blood, just in general, is hit scanners. Oh my god, you think you don't like the Commandos, the Chain Gunners in Doom 2. You're gonna have that problem all the time in Blood Fresh Supply. And they tend to be a lot more aggressive in Blood as well. Probably more accurate, too. So I was playing on the medium difficulty setting, because, like, a lot of people were saying that, like, anything beyond that is not reasonable. I think the roughest time I had was actually with the first half of Episode 1. And then beyond that, we got into a pretty even pace of getting through 1 episode per night. Yeah, I did play the Vagrant once. That was, like, a random thing that I decided to play. At some point during weeknights. I didn't realize that was... I actually would have thought that was longer ago than last August. So that's pretty funny. I don't even remember. I saw someone else play that, I think. Or I don't remember how I came across that game to begin with. But it was a cool little, like... It's sort of a Vanillaware-esque side-scrolling action RPG type thing. And I thought it was pretty neat. speaking of side-scrolling things, we will be talking about Symphony of the Night next, but to wrap up on Blood, I made a lot of clips of Blood. Like, once we got to Blood and later, it seems like I just turned up the clipping to 11. At least for the FPSs involved. But I had never completely, fully played a build engine game before, and like, okay, technically, Fresh Supply is a modern port, so it's not necessarily build engine anymore, but like, the original was, and it's nice to actually finish something that was made on that engine, because I had never finished Duke Nukem 3D, I had never really played the original Shadow Warrior, so this one always looked interesting. I didn't know a whole lot about it coming in. Definitely feels a little unorthodox in terms of weaponry compared to other FPSs you might be used to. So it's definitely got its own unique things. Some of the secret exits were really interesting too. Especially in episode 2. The secret exit there was particularly interesting because you had to like find a number of books and then it would like cause markings to appear on a floor, and when you got all of them it would cause a teleport. But yeah, hit scanners are absolutely ridiculous in Blood. Anyway. Oh yeah, and the werewolves, those were the worst part of the second expansion, was the boss that it added, which were, like, I don't know how you're supposed to legitimately deal with those. For that matter, I don't know how you're supposed to deal with Cerberus legitimately either, because Cerberus can absolutely just one-shot you if he feels like it. So... Oh, it was August 2019. That makes a lot... I wasn't even paying attention to the year. Oh, I missed your 2019, not 2020 message. Okay, yeah, that's a lot further back than October of this year. And that makes a lot more sense. I would never have guessed The Vagrant, because that was a thing that I played, like, once for a few nights. But okay, cool. Alright, so we probably talked enough about Blood. Symphony of the Night. This was one I shoved in at the end of October because it seemed thematically appropriate, and I had never played Symphony of the Night either. I love me some Super Metroid, I love me some Metroidvanias. I played Bloodstained. I still haven't gone back and played the other characters yet. I need to do that. I keep saying I need to do that. But, doggone it, I need to play Symphony of the Night, so we fixed that. And that was another 15 hours. I don't know off the top of my head how long my first Super Metroid playthrough would have taken me. But I mean, I played that in the 90s. Like, even my first on-stream playthrough of that would have just been a few hours, because I already knew the game. So I don't really have anything to compare it to. But yeah, I'm definitely glad I played Symphony of the Night. As I was playing it, I saw so many things that I understood what Bloodstained was doing, because Bloodstained has so many callbacks to Symphony of the Night, right down to like the spike breakers and everything. If you haven't played Bloodstained but you've played Soten, you should definitely play Bloodstained Ritual of the Night too. I think it does a really admirable job. You wish Twitch had an option to record what game was being played when you follow someone. Heh. Oh yeah, I saw a tweet or something about that, CV Maniac, that Bloodstained is getting classic CV mode. I'm curious how that's going to operate exactly, but I mean, given that they also did, you know, Curse of the Moon 1 and 2, I gotta, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt that they'll work something out. But I'm really curious. So yeah, I am going to have multiple reasons to revisit Bloodstained. Anyway. So yeah, I'm really glad I played Symphony of the Night. Tried the randomizer a bit, tried Richter mode. That was kind of rough, honestly. Like, Richter mode definitely just seems like a gimmick more than anything else. But, I probably want to try more randomizers of that at some point in the future, but not really sure when. Not really sure when I'm gonna, like, suddenly get on a randomizer kick, if at all. There are other, like, things that I want to get to as well, such as returning to speedrunning Super Metroid that I should do. So, I don't really want to, like, plug up my schedule with randomizers, per se. So after Symphony of the Night, we went into Tyrion, which, me being a fan of the game Raptor, Tyrion is effectively a better Raptor. Like, that is the most succinct way to describe it, and it is also accurate. Because let's face it, Raptor has problems. You can get yourself into a lot of trouble by just making unwise purchasing decisions in Raptor. Whereas Tyrion, the shop's always kind of, like, between levels, you will get different things available in the shop each time, and you can always get your full amount of credits back by refunding things, so you can just completely remix your ship's loadout between every level. Whereas in Raptor, you only get half price back when you sell things. And in Raptor, the shop never changes. It's always the same stuff from the get-go. And Tyrion has, like, Tyrion has the recharging shield mechanic, it has the generator energy mechanic. So Tyrion did a lot of interesting things. And then, of course, it has the absolutely ridiculous hot dog launcher. That was the thing that happened that I don't know if I clipped, actually, in retrospect. I should have. I wanted to think Raptor was peak, but after how rough of a go I had at Raptor this year, and after playing Tyrion, I have to give Tyrion the respect it deserves. Wait a minute. You're what? Why, Zaki? You're not supposed to do that anymore. Thank you for the resub. Apparently, you snuck another one in. So Zaki's already supporting me on Patreon, which I have a Patreon now because I'm, I mean, you did cancel. I mean, the thing is, Twitch isn't even going to give me the money anymore because, like, they won't pay out anything under $100 since the last payout. And that's why I'm a little pissed off at Twitch about that. But yeah, let me put the other link in here anyway, because like, I set up a Patreon because I'm dropping affiliate so that I can multi-stream to both Twitch and YouTube, which I'm doing right now. And going through Patreon means I see more of what you're giving me anyway, so. And you can name your own price, so like whatever price you want. I would recommend either $3 straight or something $5 or above, because otherwise you're losing more to the rates that Patreon puts against the charges. But you can set whatever amount you want. So that gives you more flexibility. It doesn't give Twitch any money. Once I'm properly off-boarded from affiliate, you shouldn't see ads on Twitch anymore, so that's another win for everybody. So yeah, I think this will be beneficial to everybody involved. But thank you, Zaki, for all the continued support. So yeah, Tyrion had a lot of fun with that. Probably better than Raptor, but I'll still keep playing Raptor every once in a while anyway. But I knew I owed it to myself. I had played Tyrion up into, like, somewhere in episode 3, and I think the original Tyrion was 3 episodes, but then Tyrion 2000 is 5, and Open Tyrion, I think, has 4. We played all 5. We did Tyrion 2000. The 5th episode is pretty short anyway. And the 5th episode definitely feels like an add-on. But yeah, there's some absolutely wacky stuff. Tyrion has a lot more lore in it than Raptor does as well. And I mean, a Raptor playthrough will take you 3 or so hours. I mean, if you have to repeat stages, which, let's be fair, I had to repeat a couple of stages in Tyrion because they were significant difficulty spikes. But, like, just because of, like, being more episodes and stuff, Tyrion did take longer. And Tyrion also has a bunch of extra modes, like a time attack, an arcade mode, a super arcade mode when you beat everything. So Tyrion has a lot of replayability to it. The thing you remember about Tyrion was me face-tanking the final boss to take it from the inside. There may have been something like that. I don't think I have a clip of that. There's so many things that I should have clipped that I didn't. Ugh. Y'all gotta help me out on the clips going forward in my next endeavors. But anyway. So Tyrion was good. After Tyrion, we segued into I think the final game in the list, which is also shmup related, which is the Guardian Legend, which shout-outs again to Zaki because he sent me an actual cartridge to play. And the Guardian Legend is a really remarkable game, especially for its time. I believe, wasn't it made in 1988? Like, that's super early. It's an NES game. And it combines, like, a top-down, like, Legend of Zelda type game with vertical scrolling shooters. So you've got two types of game in one. It's arguably got like very light Metroidvania aspects because you have to find keys within the corridors to unlock more parts of the labyrinth. Like, it's definitely a game where they could have done more with it if they wanted to. But given what they had to work with in terms of space and whatnot, they did quite a lot, I would say, to begin with. There were definitely a few sections of it that gave me a run for my money. The last boss being one of them. Had quite a bit of trouble with that, I think. Had quite a bit of trouble with Grimgrin, I think, too. Which is the boss with all the eyes that spits the eyeballs and the bullets, and then as you're doing damage to it, some of the eyes go away, but then everything goes away, and it spits out everything. Just like springs a leak. It's freaking Death Pinata. But, yeah, the Guardian Legend was a really cool game. And, like, if I had it as a kid, I probably wouldn't have finished it, because I probably would have gotten stonewalled at, like, I don't know, Area 3 or Area 8 or something. Or 9. Which one was Grimgrin in? I forget. Wherever he was, I probably would have given up as a kid. If not on Optimum. But, we got through the whole thing in 7-ish hours. And, yeah, that's, like... That's got to be up there in, like, what I would consider one of the best designed NES games that I've played. Because, like, there are plenty of really badly designed NES games. And the Guardian Legend definitely, you know, bucks that trend. Grimgrin is in Area 8. I was actually right with my first guess. Holy crap. But yeah, I'm really glad I got to play that. So thanks again, Zaki, for that cartridge. We also attempted a ROM hack. More on that later. That's right. Guardian Legend was the last thing on the original list of things, like the original slide that showed what I wanted to get to this year, but we did more. We did Blaster Master for one night, because I was buying time until I got the cartridges for what I wanted to do after that. Blaster Master, I had never even beaten Area 4 as a kid, so... I got to Area 8. I'm okay with that progress. That means I did way better than I ever did at Blaster Master before. And then I would argue I had a conveyance issue where, like, you had to do a blind leap of faith with hover. And I didn't trust that to actually be the right thing to do. But I died anyway. And I ran out of continues, because it seems like you have 4 continues, not 5 as the manual makes you think. Either that or I horrendously lost count. But yeah, so we did that for one night, and then the following weekend, I got in Game Boy cartridges for Ikari no Yosai 1 and 2. The first one was released in the US as Fortified Zone. The second one was never released in the US. There was a third Ikari no Yosai game, which we know as Operation Logic Bomb, which is one of my favorite SNES games. I just think it's a really cool game. I really wish that did more, and I wish that even more now after seeing what the first 2 games did, because they easily could have incorporated more ideas from the first 2 games. Like, Operation Logic Bomb especially has, like, feels like it has Metroidvania aspects, but it really doesn't use them to a whole lot of effect. The game is pretty linear, actually. And I absolutely feel like it would be so great to see, like, a ROM hack of that does more with it. But, yeah, so Fortified Zone and Ikari no Yosai 2 were both pretty short games. The second one gave me a lot of trouble on the last stage, which is pretty much the only reason that it took me over twice as long. But they're both pretty cool games. I might have to look into seeing what the speedrun of the first one looks like at some point, just out of curiosity. Not sure whether I would want to pick it up or not. I don't really have any definitive or definite speedrunning plans right now. But yeah, so we did those. Then we did Black Mesa, because my thought was, we started the whole thing with Half-Life, let's end the whole thing with Half-Life. I had originally kind of thought about doing Black Mesa back in March and then forgot about it, but it turns out that over the Thanksgiving break, they released the Definitive Edition update, which was the week before I played it, so that seemed like pretty good timing. Now, let's just go back to Half-Life again for a second. Half-Life took us 13 hours and change. Black Mesa took us 22. And there are even portions of Half-Life that are not in Black Mesa. The whole helicopter run, when you're running through the desert or whatever, the second appearance of the claws, doesn't exist in Black Mesa. The whole tram section on a rail is shorter in Black Mesa. Zen is, I would say, longer in Black Mesa, and they completely redesigned Zen. Like, it still feels like Zen, but it feels way better, and they did so much cool shit with Zen. And I know the Zen update was a thing that people had been anticipating for probably years, and I think that, I hope people thought it was worth the wait, because, like, I think that it was absolutely amazing. So, whether or not you have played Half-Life, you should play Black Mesa if you were at all interested. Because, like, you don't necessarily have to know Half-Life? Black Life and Half Mesa. Yeah, those are what we played. You don't necessarily have to be familiar with Half-Life going in, and Black Mesa is probably arguably a bit more accessible. And of course, it's got, like, much more modern graphics and sound and whatnot. One of my big complaints about Half-Life was actually, like, the sound balance. Like, all of the gunfire in Half-Life was, like, super distorted. Like, I think Boogaloo even mentioned was like, dude, your sound is clipping, you should do something about it. I'm like, no, that's just Half-Life being Half-Life. Black Mesa, the one complaint I have is the muzzle flash. There's a lot of that, and, like, guns don't do that. So why you gotta do that to me? And all my viewers. But other than that, really like Black Mesa. Definitely think you should check it out. It's probably on sale now because the Steam sale is going on. I don't know. Go check. And then we still had some time, so I threw in Hexen 2 as sort of a joke. Because we did Hexen, and I had a feeling I was going to regret Hexen 2. I am absolutely amazed that I did not need to resort to a guide for Hexen 2. Hexen 2 was definitely rough. The Egypt-themed hub especially, which is entirely what I expected. It absolutely feels like different people designed the different hubs. The first and third hubs the first hub I got a little stuck in. The third hub I got very stuck in. That was the Egypt one. That was Thysis. The second and fourth hubs flowed very smoothly. I was just running into progression. It was like Sideshow Bob stepping on rakes in the parking lot or whatever. Like, just like, boom, progression, boom, progression, boom, progression. And then suddenly you're done with that hub. Like, what? Really? Especially the second hub, which I'm not going to complain about because Jaguars are awful. And they were only in the second hub. And I was really glad to be done with those. So Hexen was done on the Doom engine. Hexen 2 was done on the Quake engine. And did a lot of interesting, like, triggers and stuff on top of it. There were several conveyance issues in Hexen 2, especially in the Egypt hub, where you basically, like, you have to run up against every damn wall until you accidentally hit a switch that you didn't know was there. Like, it's funny because I really want to like the Egypt hub, because it had the most potential for interesting puzzles. But some of them were bugged, some of the switches were poorly conveyed. Like, it just had so many problems that unfortunately just weigh down and overshadow whatever brilliance was there for the puzzles in that area. But it definitely had the most interesting stuff going on, that you weren't just tripping over progression every 2 seconds. What? DS making a joke about the flashes. Black Mesa being built on a game engine built for some kind of paparazzi simulator. Yeah, it probably felt like that when you were watching it. But yeah, I'm glad we got through Hexen 2. We will be playing Portal of Pravis, which is its expansion, this weekend, starting tomorrow night. I'm not sure if it'll be a one-night affair or a two-night affair. But either way, that will tie in nicely to the next thing that we will be doing, because I am planning to go through more games that use the Quake engine. Let me see... Hang on. Let me see if I can get this graphic in here real quick. That is the wrong folder. That is also the wrong folder. It seems like now would be a good time for me to show this, so let's open a new tab and throw this in here. Why did I leave full screen? There we go. Why is there a scroll bar here? Because this graphic is bigger than I expected it to be. Alright, we'll deal with that. It's not really what I wanted, but this is what we're doing next. I'm calling it Better Quake Than Never. Hang on, let me hide myself for a second. There, now you can read it. We're doing a thing called Better Quake Than Never. We're going through a bunch of Quake engine related games. So we're gonna do Quake again. I've already played Quake. I'm probably gonna play it on hard mode this time, and I'm probably going to cry myself to sleep when I get to episode 4 because spawns are awful. We're gonna do Arcane Dimensions, which is a very well-known, well-regarded custom map set for Quake. We're gonna do Quake 2, probably on hard mode again, because we've played Quake 2 before. We're gonna do the N64 Quake 2, which I've never played before. It has a completely different set of maps. We're probably gonna do that on medium, not hard, because N64 controls. We're gonna do the Quake 2 mission packs on PC, which I don't think I've ever legitimately played through. We'll probably do those on medium, just in case. I'm pretty sure that both of the mission packs have custom weapons added. They definitely have custom enemies. They have, at least one of them has new music. So, really looking forward to that. They have some cool stuff. We're going to do the Soldier of Fortune games, because Soldier of Fortune 1 was built on the Quake 2 engine, and 2 was built on the Quake 3 engine, idTech 3. We're going to do Dusk. Dusk was not built on a Quake engine, it was built on Unity, but it was absolutely, like, modeled after the Quake aesthetic. So we're going to do it anyway. And more. We might do more stuff. I have at least one very bad idea. I keep clipping my mic, I'm just noticing, and I don't know why that's happening. So I'm trying to, like, adjust things a little bit. Sorry about that. I have at least one very bad idea that would fit into the theme of Better Quake Than Never. And I might have a couple other ideas on top of that. I'm not exactly sure how long this stuff will take us, but I have a couple of ideas that would be really fitting for certain times during the first half of the year. So, I might see how things pan out. We'll see where we get with this. But this is the next thing we're going to be doing. Because I definitely, like, I've been meaning to get to the Quake 2 mission packs for a while. Like, for years. I did Quake 2 originally for my 200 follower special on Twitch, which was probably, easily over a year ago. So, it's been a while since we've played it, and I meant to do the expansions and never did. So, that plus Arcane Dimensions are really the main motivation for this. Yeah, a lot of DS asked about Unity when I mentioned that about Dusk. Unity has some surprisingly good stuff made in it. Assault Android Cactus, built in Unity. Overload, built in Unity. Surprisingly, believe it or not, Overload is built in Unity. I am fairly certain about that. You would look at Overload for 3 seconds and think this is an Unreal Engine game. It's not. It's Unity. It looks absolutely amazing. Quake 4 is a Patreon exclusive. I should think about playing Quake 4 again. I did play it once. There's one particular section that makes me not want to play it again. And it's not even for the gameplay. It's actually, I don't know if I ever finished it. But there's a part of it that is arguably a cutscene that I just really don't want to play it again. And if you've played it, you know what that part is. It is not good for squeamish people, let's put it that way. But anyway, yeah, this is what we're doing next. And this will start... I mean, you could argue that it's starting with Portal of Pravis because we're out of 2020, so I shouldn't be calling it 2020 Hindsight anymore, and Hexen 2 is Quake-based. So maybe we'll just go with that. But, we will roll directly into this stuff after that. And we're not touching Quake 3 Arena because who the hell wants to see me playing, you know, bot match and being bad at it? So, I'm gonna have to look at a list of id Tech Engine games again to see if there's any I missed. I know, like, American McGee's Alice was also based on the Quake 3 engine, but I don't really want to play that one. I did try playing that once. I forget if I finished it. I feel like I did play the final boss and it was not good. So I'd kind of rather not subject myself and everyone else to that again. Oh yeah, that's true. The earliest Call of Duty and Medal of Honor games were also Quake engine based. Quake 3 engine based, I think, specifically. I have no interest in playing those. I've just never been, you know, a milsim, or, I mean, you can't even call those milsim. They're just military-themed FPSs. You know, it's not like it's freaking Rainbow Six or something. But yeah, we're not touching Call of Duty or Medal of Honor. Anyway, let me get back over to this thing. So we talked about all of the stuff that we did throughout the weekends of 2020 Hindsight. We also did a few things peripherally during weeknight streams. We did A Link to the Past, which I'm pretty sure I never actually defeated Ganon in. I had gotten to Ganon's Tower when I was a kid and never finished the damn game. So we did that. My initial idea with that was, I'm going to try a randomizer after this. I did try a randomizer. It was awful. I was awful at it. I don't understand why people continue to subject themselves to SMZ3 seeds. This is the hot take of this stream. I do not understand the attraction to SMZ3 seeds. I know people who regularly play them. They usually also regularly complain about how rude the last seed was. But hey, they're gonna fucking do it again anyway, because they're masochists or something. I mean, like, why would you do that to yourself? It's like people who habitually eat very spicy peppers that were not meant to be eaten. But yeah, like, I wanted to do it because I'm a big fan of Super Metroid, and I wanted to try the combo rando, but Legend of Zelda just adds 3 hours to the randomizer and makes it not enjoyable for me, so I will remain in the minority of people who just like Super Metroid randomizers, and specifically do not like randomizers that require RBO strats. That's my limits. But after that we did Heretic. That was while we were playing Hexen on weekends. And we did all 5 episodes. So I had played episodes 1 through 3 before. I had never properly archived episode 3 for some reason. I had 1 and 2 archived, but not 3. I don't know why. So we did all of those. We did them on Smite Meister difficulty, which is effectively ultra-violence. And then we did episodes 4 and 5. I think I might have done Smite Meister for all of them, which was probably a really bad idea, because episodes 4 and 5 are really well known for being very rude from the start of them. E4M1 is very bad on ammunition starvation, and E5M1 has, like, I think it has both boss monsters, like from E1 and E2, in E5M1. Good luck with that. I'm pretty sure I skipped fighting a few of them, but we somehow got through it all. I actually really liked, if I recall correctly, E3 specifically had a lot of maps that gave you the full map, which encouraged you to look for secrets, so I really liked that aspect of it. And actually, real talk, one of the things that I said multiple times playing Hexen 2 was I really wish there was a map. Because Hexen 1 had a map, because it was Doom engine based. But once you get into Quake territory, auto map is out the window. So, had to make do without it. And there was one particular place where that was really a problem. But yeah, so you'll see that, like, there are sometimes big gaps between what's in the Periphery series here, because, like, they were just tossed in during weekdays when I felt like doing it, felt up to doing it, felt like it was thematically related to something I was doing on the weekends. So after Heretic, we didn't do anything until Devil May Cry month, because it was the month of May. so Devil May Cry. So that's when we did DMC 3 and 4, because I had played those before. Not only did I do them both, I did DMC 4 twice. Which is a big deal, because arguably, when you played DMC 4 once, you played DMC 4 twice. Because DMC 4 is a game that is very much there and back again. A Hobbit's Tale by Bilbo Baggins. Because you go in as Nero, you come back as Dante. They didn't make more levels. They ran out of time, I guess. I don't know. Or budget, in one way or another. So, DMC 4 is a game that I find gets very tiring very fast because of that. I played it again because the special edition, which I had never played before, has more playable characters. So I wanted to try Lady and Trish. Lady is not fun to play. And I pretty much just grinned and bore it so that I could get to Trish and see what she was like. And she was better. But Lady just felt very awkward to play. I kind of wish what would have been cool is if they just made it Trish and Trish, but made the first half Gloria. Because they could have given Gloria a completely different moveset, and that would have been freaking awesome. Like, you kind of get teased about, like, what kind of weapons she has in one of the cutscenes in the main game, and, like, that would have been so cool to play as that. So, missed opportunity. I appreciate that people probably wanted to get to play as Lady also, but it wasn't fun to play as her. I'm sorry. I don't know if I was blatantly missing something, but it just felt very awkward. We also played as Virgil, but we didn't finish it. We played it for one night. I did the same thing with DMC 3. I apparently didn't even note it down here for some reason. But, like, basically, I wanted to see the cutscenes. So there was a new opening cutscene for Virgil in DMC 3 and DMC 4. Didn't seem like there was much of anything else, so I just figured, especially with DMC 4, I was not putting myself through the entire game again. So that was that. But all in all, really glad that I managed to get through 5 DMC games in 1 month. That was definitely, like, the hardest I pushed myself in terms of, like, streaming during weeknights during a month. But it worked out. There were no intermittent streams until July, at which point I wanted to play Doom 64 again. It had been forever since I played it on the N64, and I wanted to refresh my memory on it because Zelo was practicing it for SGDQ. Zelo did speedruns of Doom 64 and the Lost Levels, because it was a bonus incentive that got met during SGDQ, which was in August of 2020. The port is really good. I mean, I expect the port to be good. It's done in the newest version of the KEX engine, which, like, that is what made Night Dive Studios. That's what gave it its start. That, like, Sean Villarreal made the KEX engine and originally ported Doom 64 to PC as something called Doom 64 EX. And then that evolved into, like, the studio making, like, forming and making these other ports too. So it was cool to see him come full circle and, like, make it as something that, like, Bethesda actually officially released. That's pretty awesome. So it's a really good port. The Lost Levels are really cool. They're definitely, you know, a step up and a bit harder than the original. But it was really cool to see more levels made using the Doom 64 engine, which has aspects that the original Doom engine didn't have. Like being able to immediately silently swap floor heights so that you could get, like, even more pseudo 3D environments going on. Several levels do that. Being able to warp in individual things on the spot rather than having to use, like, monster closets and teleport triggers. That was something that the other games couldn't do. And, like, that allowed you to warp in, like, stuff like keys, too. It's not just limited to enemies anymore. Because keys can't move, they don't grow legs. That would be pretty cool, though. But yeah, so it was really fun getting to play Doom 64 again. As I mentioned before, we did Richter mode of Symphony of the Night. I did not enjoy that very much, because once you get into the inverted castle, you have a very hard time ahead of you. Because Richter, as somebody said in chat, is kind of a glass cannon. So he has an absolutely broken moveset, but you need to know and understand that moveset. And then, as it turns out, Hydra Storm just freaking obliterates everything, and that's kind of how you win with it. So, Richter mode is kind of underwhelming, honestly, and feels kind of like a meme, but it's there. I would argue that, like, later games such as Dawn of Sorrow did more with the mode, because, like, Dawn of Sorrow had Julius mode where you swap between 3 different characters, and I thought that was kind of neat. But, yeah. It is what it is. So, yeah. Last thing on here, Guardian Legends Secret Edition. We have to talk about this. I thought the idea of a ROM hack of the Guardian Legend was really interesting, and I do think that that Secret Edition does really interesting things, the way that it, like, remixes basically the entire map and corridors, and, like, throws things into labyrinth sections that you wouldn't expect, and it probably threw things into corridors that I didn't expect, too. Yeah, because, like, one of the early corridor bosses was previously a labyrinth mid-boss. But there were definitely some significant impediments that we had to cross. I last played this last night, actually, and tried one more time to finish it. I had been stonewalled at both of the corridors in Area 9, and we did get through both of those. So I'm pretty proud of that. I'm proud of how far I got, because I did have to find out some new things. I completely stumbled across the chip glitch, which, 1, was hilarious, but 2, I feel was absolutely required to remain sane while completing this ROM hack. But, so yeah, getting through Area 9 last night in like an hour felt really good after I was getting so stuck on it the last time. But Area 10 was just like, ugh, no, this is not reasonable. The walk back to Corridor 10, especially if you're going to actually recover your chips and stuff, is just so brutal and lengthy. Like, I started resorting to save states just to see if I could get through the ROM hack in, like, that night, to end 2020 Hindsight. But once I got to the final corridor, let's just say the Corridor 10 boss has way more health than it has any right to have. Like, the boss itself is fine, just don't give it that much health because there's no reason to put people through a 10-minute boss fight. And then the final corridor, which has the boss refights, also has that boss again. And I was just like, my brain is mush at this point. I'm not doing this. And, like, let's be real, I had to resort to save states to remain sane anyway, so I wasn't really legitimately finishing it at that point anyway. Binned, burned, and blown to smithereens. I mean, I would still like to think it's beatable. Actually, Zaki played through it and probably had a real chance of beating it. Except apparently there is a glitch that causes the game to crash that I somehow never came across. Something about pausing the game... What was it? Pausing the game as you hit 0 health or something? Forget what it was. And I just can't believe that never happened to me. But, yeah, we put 12 hours into it, which is, you know, way more than I put into the original game. I gave it a fair shake. I still think it's a cool ROM hack on principle, but it falls into the trap that a lot of ROM hacks fall into, where you're just expecting people to have, like, inhuman tolerance levels. or use a emulator with save states. Because, like, I'm sure there are ROM hacks that get made that are like, well, people have to use an emulator to play this anyway. We're just going to design this with the thought that people are going to save state it to death. And, like, I feel like you shouldn't be making ROM hacks that way. And I don't necessarily think they made this one that way. But, like, they definitely could have made Corridor 10 and the final corridor more reasonable. Because I think there was definitely a line that was crossed there. Going into the menu on the same frame it's that specific? Okay, in that case, I'm not surprised that I didn't run into it. I didn't realize it was that specific. That's absolutely bananas that you managed to do that. Anyway, this was the list. We did all the stuff this year. We got through friggin' 32 games in 2020 Hindsight itself. And then another, well, not 32 games, because we game overed or had to abort, like, 2 games, right? Yeah, so 30 games. And then another, like, 6 games here. So, 36 games over the course of mostly weekends and a few, you know, maybe 2 or 3 months worth of weeknights. that's a pretty good year in terms of streaming productivity. And, like, that's the thing about streaming that I found is true for me, is, like, it makes me hold myself accountable to actually finish games more often. So that's really where this whole idea started, plus, you know, the whole 2020 hindsight joke, which I made that joke first. Twitch used that hindsight 2020 expression in their pop-up this month for their emotes and stuff. I was like, I did it first, Twitch. Get your own damn meme. But anyway, I was glad that this worked out as well as it did. So, we did a lot of stuff here, and, you know, like I said, we're gonna do a lot of stuff next year along the same lines of completing stuff that I haven't necessarily played or completed before. So, I hope that'll be a lot of fun for people to watch. I hope it'll be a lot of fun to play. I'm really looking forward to, like I said, Arcane Dimensions and the Quake 2 mission packs specifically. And Dusk, I should give them credit where it's due. I already played a Medieval. I think that's supposed to get an expansion of some sort. Haven't checked up on that in a while, but I think I remember Dime or people in Dime's server mentioning it. But anyway, the other thing we were supposed to do tonight, which we are going to do tonight, after I take a break, is go through clips. We've got a whole bunch of clips here that are just waiting to be looked back upon. Again, I don't have nearly as many clips as I would like to have here. Like, there are so many moments, especially, like, finishing games and stuff, that I should have clipped that I just didn't. I kind of didn't want to clip spoilers, that's partially why. But, like, there's definitely, like, more stuff that could have been clipped. But we've got plenty of stuff to look at here, so hopefully you all will enjoy that when we come back in a couple minutes. So let me take a break, get more water, give my voice a rest. I should have less talking to do during this next segment. I wanted to get the talking out of the way first. But I hope you all enjoyed, you know, whatever parts of 2020 hindsight you were here for. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the look back. Enough of me talking. Let's take a quick break, and then we will look at some clips, some fun moments. So, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we will look at that stuff. Whoops, there we go. Alright, I just dumped links in Twitch chat for anyone who needs links to various other places I can be found. Because obviously, I am multi-streaming between Twitch and YouTube now. I've got the Video Game Covers channel. I've got my Twitter where I always tweet when I'm going live. And I include links to Twitch and YouTube. And I also have... I didn't include this link there, actually. But let me throw a link in... this should work. There we go. Let me throw another link in chat. For anyone who prefers the YouTube viewing experience but wants Twitch chat, I set up a simple page that will give you those two things put together. Obviously, if you want Twitch video plus Twitch chat or YouTube video plus YouTube chat, then you can use the respective services directly. Might as well. But yeah, anyway, we're back. Let's look at some clips. So I'm gonna do a couple of things. Obviously, we're gonna have to kill the music because we're gonna be hearing audio. I'm also going to increase my desktop output through OBS to full because we want to actually hear the clips. So I have mostly figured out how I'm gonna do this. Might be slightly bumpy until I get the rhythm down again, but I did try this out a couple nights ago. I'm gonna also move my camera behind this source because you want to see the original, you don't want to see me. So we've got several pages worth of highlights here, although it definitely varies by game. Some have much more critical mass than others. But we're going to start at the beginning. This is roughly chronological. So we're going to start with Half-Life things. And like I said, unfortunately, I wish I had more clips of Devil May Cry. But I don't, so we're just going to go with the best Devil May Cry character. which, well, I already talked about that. You know who it is. But yeah, let's start from the top. Actually, to simplify things, I am going to close the other tabs that I have open here. Oh, jeez, and that kicked me out of present mode. Oh god, is that going to happen every time? I'm pretty sure it shouldn't happen every time, but we'll see what happens. Alright, so. I'm using the actual clip page for this, so I kind of have to push buttons each time. So that we're, like, actually seeing the full thing. So bear with me, it's going to be a slightly bumpy ride, but I wanted to get the original clips so that we could also, like, I don't know how many of these even have chat in them, but just in case they do, we could see that kind of stuff. But here we go. Our first clip in Half-Life. That's bad. My god, that... Well played, game. Hang on. So, yes, that was the infamous elevator to hell with the Hound Eyes. I'm realizing that actually was louder than I anticipated, so I'm going to attempt to adjust my desktop audio accordingly. Sorry for the loud explosions. But yeah, so that was the thing that happened. Okay, that didn't leave the full screen here, so this is good. Alright, there's no battery pickups in this. There's only full-blown armor vests, I guess. Well, I don't know if you can pick up, like, helmets individually or something, maybe. I guess we'll find out eventually, but, yeah. There's no rechargeability of the armor in this expansion. Well, rip that guy. Oh, that's a helmet, isn't it? Yep. Well, that answers that question, doesn't it? Alright, there's no battery pickups in this. There's I kind of wish I could make clips and not loop. That's also awkward. But yeah, this was from the second expansion, Blue Shift, which did not have armor recharges, and I was kind of wondering what kind of armor pickups we were going to find, and we kind of found it right after that. Oh yeah, this is... Prepare for a lot of knee-jerk gags in the clips section. Okay, so there's your Half-Life selection. Now going into Half-Life 2, this first one is unexpected fun with physics, I guess. Come on, you can do it. Uh-oh. Just watch the facial expressions. Wait. What? What? Wait, excuse me. What? That barrel was on fire, and it got better. I think I'll go for a walk now. You're not fooling anyone, you know. I mean, I might as well just grow legs and walk out of the damn room next. Thanks for, I knew F was full screen, I didn't know K was pause, so yeah, that'll come in handy. The weird thing about full screen is if you do it too soon, it kicks you out of full screen again. Also, I feel like there should be a mute hotkey, but M isn't working, and I thought M was the mute hotkey. I thought in the normal player it was anyway. I don't know why that doesn't work here. So yeah, that was the barrel that is or is not on fire. And then we have the car that is or is not here. What the? Excuse me? Talk about, dude, where's my car? That's a real case of that one. Holy crap. And I think my original title for this was, I'm pretty sure the Cybertruck doesn't have this feature, though, because I think the Cybertruck had been recently announced at that point, so I was making fun of how it looked. Because all those memes were making the rounds back then. Alright, now we have one very, very silly Star Fox moment that just kind of happened. This one might be a little bit louder. So let me actually adjust volume accordingly. The nice thing is I can mute the, I can pause this before it starts just by clicking quickly.
What? Alright. Best save ever. Like, wow. So I did a boost, and so Slippy just knocks right into me, and then so does the enemy, and the enemy immediately dies from it, and it counts as saving him. And he's just like, Ribbit, thanks for the save. Yeah, sure. Completely intentional.
Let's just watch what actually happened again, because it's actually really hard to see. So now that you know what you're looking for, watch for first Slippy driving right through us like an idiot, and then the enemy trying to do the same thing. There you go. Yep, very good. So that was that one. Completely intentional and ordinary save. And then, alright, so that was the one highlight that we got from Star Fox. And then we've got the 3 exhibits for Best Devil May Cry character, which, if you were here earlier, you know who it is already. Let's go. Let me push up the volume again.
Alright, well played. It's the most constructive use of a cigarette I've seen in a video game.
So, yep. That's Nico. That is like one of the first times you see Nico as well, and like I didn't fully appreciate it until later, and then I went back and retroactively clipped this because that was the first hint. But as for the subsequent hints,
I know I'm late. Shut it. You're plugged. Hey, you must be V, huh? Hey, you gonna get that? Ding, 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 right by your feet. Woo-wee! I'm gonna make something amazing out of this.
Did you just sniff that?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea where that's been?
Up your butt?
Focus on the mission.
Holy shit, she's great.
yeah, that might have been the best line in the game. And it's probably true, too, because I mean, the boss right before that probably did ram his horn up my ass at least once. It's probably not wrong.
Wait, oh god. We have to do this. Just because every time we do this, there's gonna be a cutscene that shows us how Nico gets here.
You're up, Nico.
Fucking got him. Oh my god, Nico is the best fucking part of this game.
Yep. There you have it. Nico, you could have killed someone with that, such as the viewers, for example. So, yeah. If there's anything to take away from the entire Devil May Cry series, it's basically that. Like, Devil May Cry 3 increased the campiness up to 11, very intentionally. 5 manages to, like, sort of be campy, but also be, like, actually genuinely good with, like, the voice acting and the cutscenes and everything. Like, everything is kind of, like, campy, says DS. Yeah. Like, everything in DMC5 is just so well done. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like you almost don't remember that DMC3 was intentionally over-the-top campy. But yeah, so that took us through May. And then we've got Turok things, which is, I was a little more clip-heavy for Turok, so let's see what we've got here. Now, I did mention something about my experience with acquiring all the pieces of the Chronoceptor, and this first clip is about that. So, hang on. I meant to full screen first. Was that it? We didn't get the Chronoceptor, though, so I kind of want to figure out... Really? We weren't done yet. What the hell? Oh, and that uses cell ammo? Wow, okay. It doesn't. Well, that's definitely up there for the funniest thing that has happened during 2020 hindsight. So, the thing about this, first of all, it doesn't use cell ammo, but the icon is the same as cell ammo, which is confusing as heck. But this took place after the boss of the 8th area of Turok Dinosaur Hunter, which you would think might be the end, but no, it's not. But there's only one boss after it. So, you only get the Chronoceptor for the last boss of the entire freaking game. Which seems a little silly. I don't really know, like, what the design decisions behind that were, whether it was really thrown in at the last minute or what, but... yeah, that's... So it ends up being a little bit underwhelming for that reason, but... There you have it. The game fooled me. And I was, like, right up to there, I was saying, like, did we miss it? I doubt I'm gonna run into it now, and then I literally run into it. And that sound effect was a GOG achievement going off. But, okay, next we have a bunch of fun with physics in Turok Dinosaur Hunter, so here we go. There's one over there. Yes, very good. Okay. That guy got frequent flyer miles. There's one I actually want to watch this again, because hang on. He curved around the damn corner. Like, how? How? Yes, very good. How does he curve around the damn corner? I never even noticed that before. But yeah, that's only the beginning of frequent flyer miles. We have more. Oh, hang on. I meant to pause that. That's not what happened. Yeah. Wow. That one-ups the one last night where the guy got frequent flyer miles. That one he died and then got frequent flyer miles. That's pretty funny, but let's save that ammo for when we need it. So, yeah. Take notes, everybody. They can even obtain frequent flyer miles after they die. Let's see what we can do with that. It's... Sorry about this. I thought I had this a while to piece this together, but I guess the thing is... If a dude is dead already, but then you... hit him with an explosive, they will yell again. Let's test that theory. Bingo! Wait, can I do it again? Wow! You can do it over and over. That's hilarious. We're learning important things about the mechanics of this game. So yeah, you can just you get unlimited frequent flyer miles. Who the heck gets those anymore? Well, if you play Turok, the original dinosaur hunter, then you too can get unlimited frequent flyer miles. But we're still not done. Hi. Alright, well he's dead. He's dead again. Exhibit B, apparently explosive shots from enemies can also continuously hurt enemies that are already dead. Not only that, but these guys fell upwards. Hi. Alright, well he's dead. Like, there, you have him sliding halfway up the slope. He's dead again. And that guy makes it all the way to the top. He's the winner. Exhibit B, apparently explosive shots from enemies can also continuously hurt enemies. So, yep, lots of fun with explosions in Turok. That's not all. The most interesting thing about Turok was what we discovered when we finished the game. It probably coincided with this game. I wasn't even looking here. And in that did that just say game over at the end? Did this just pull a Jim Power? And just give us the game over screen after the credits? Wow. Just wow. It probably coincided. So, yeah. The game seriously pulled the Jim Power game over after the credits thing. To me, that was the most remarkable thing about Turok, hands down. So that was our Turok 1 moments that were captured. We've got some more with Turok 2. One of the things that Turok 2, that I relied very heavily on in Turok 2 was the bow and arrow, because you could reuse arrows. So, I liked to do that a lot, and I did not appreciate when the game did not want me to do that. See how many arrows there are there? No, my arrows, you jerk! Oh, well. Oh wait, we got one. I mean, how many arrows are there? There's got to be like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Well, no, I'm double counting some of them. But there's at least 5 arrows there, I would say. And then the one over there. So just having the door eat them... No, my arrows! I got all the ones that were in the enemy, I just didn't get the ones on the door back. But it's okay, you pick up arrows every so often. I'm just super stingy about everything possible. But yeah, that was pretty hilarious. I don't actually remember what this is off the top of my head. Oh, yes I do. Okay. Yeah, this one's fun. He just got in the way of me shooting at the thing. Hang on, let's look at that again, because that's really easy to miss. So, like, keep an eye on, like, the right-ish side of the screen for that. He just got in the way of me shooting at the thing. Wow. Are you not getting hit, dude? Really? Okay, cool. Sure. We'll just say that's what I meant to do. Great. So, yeah, kind of a comedy of errors, but it ended up killing things anyway, so whatever. That was... That feels like some kind of movie sequence, I don't know. Alright, this is one where the enemy kind of has the final word. Yeah, they're very loud enemies in this area. Is he still down there? Nope, he's dead. Alright. I was gonna say you were right there, buddy, but no, he's not. Well, I want my arrows back, so... Yeah, they're very... And I always go down for the arrows. Like I said, I'm a complete, you know, hoarder when it comes to ammo. But yeah, just the fact that that guy managed to just stumble and fall off the ledge as he died. And we have more enemies doing unfortunate things. I don't even think this one involves I don't think this involves me killing the enemy first. I think this was completely voluntary on the enemy's part. Is this gonna snap back again? No, I think we're good. Yep, it snapped back. See, there's something to do with, like, when the page fully loads or something, and I have no idea when that is.
Plasma rifle. Sniper capability enabled.
Yep, there he goes. Okay, that guy. That guy literally just ran himself down a bottomless pit. Right there. Okay, that guy. That guy literally just ran himself down a bottomless pit. So, yeah. Apparently, enemies are sometimes very smart in Turok 2. So that's what we've got for that. Next we go into the Max Payne series, which... This first one... If you haven't seen the Muppet Show skit, you need to see the Muppet Show skit to understand what this is. I'm sorry, it's sort of a reference, but this is one of my favorite ones because it's actually a case where I actually thought of the right thing at the right time. I don't know why this sometimes mutes and sometimes doesn't. Oh yeah, so for context, check out the left side of the screen right here. Phenomena. Phenomena. Do 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 do. Phenomena. Da 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 da. Phenomena. Da 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 da. Okay. So, yeah. That opportunity presented itself on a silver platter. And actually, that's not the only opportunity that presented itself on a silver platter in the Max Payne series. We will see another one in Max Payne 2. But yeah, that was definitely a favorite of mine. I don't even remember what this is, so we're going to find out. I mean, I'm bound to forget one of these. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, I've got double Uzis now, but they don't really help. Oh, there you go. I just wasn't hitting them hard enough. Oh. Got him! What the? Yep. Even the enemy was surprised. Okay, so, new plan.
The whole building was rigged with explosives.
Oh, that also works. Okay. Yeah, so that was a pleasant surprise when it happened. Max Payne, I mentioned before that it's like, you die really fast in Max Payne. So, like, Max Payne was definitely a game that I saved kind of often. And in this case, it was a good thing I did. Oh, this one is just a very silly how things... just where the pieces happen to fall. Let's just say that. Where's the other... What the... You see what I'm seeing up there? Yeah, that dude, I don't know how the heck he managed to fall down there, but... Not what I expected. I shot at him first, because I was just like, why is this here? Okay, so, was it Ryutek who mentioned the Matrix, the bullet time stuff before? This is the one where the bullet time does questionable things. That I said we were gonna see. That... what? That shouldn't have worked. That should not have worked. But I guess it's the thought that counts. Yeah, so... right there, the bullet hits something. Like, you can clearly see that the bullet time gets interrupted, but... the guy also dies anyway. That... what? That shouldn't have worked. And yeah, like, you wouldn't expect that to work, but it did anyway. I guess maybe that guy was just really not in good shape, and if you sneezed on him, he would have died anyway. But yeah, so that that was definitely that was an amusing one. Oh yeah, doors are impossible. Man, we're gonna see some crap with doors. Even more so when we get to Max Payne 2. But here's a sneak preview of what we're in for with doors, I guess. Well, although this isn't... we're gonna see more ridiculous crap with Max Payne 2. This is just doors being annoying more than anything. God damn it. I'm trying to do this without... hi. Okay. Sure, we'll just see... wait, what? Finally, we discovered how to solve the annoying-ass door closing problem. Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, shit. I hope it's not broken. Okay, no, it's not broken. Yeah. Using the sniper scope, and then the guy just surprises me coming through the door, and you no-scope him anyway. But yeah, so this had the revolving door. Yeah, we'll just wait and see what we see in Max Payne 2. We also had the not revolving door, so this is just like a blatantly funny moment. Hang on, I'm pushing all the wrong buttons. This is just a blatantly funny moment in the first Max Payne.
Blue or green?
It's always red or blue in the movies.
So, green?
No, not the green.
Yes, good. Oh, wow. Well, they did a bad... am I... oh, there we go. Oh, man, I missed it. Hang on, I gotta reload that. Because I just looked away and then looked back and suddenly everything except the door was gone.
Red, blue or green?
It's always red or blue in the movies.
Why is the guy whistling
Not
again?
the green.
Alright, so I assume that what happens actually is I use the door. And then that happens. Yup, classic. Alright, good job, Remedy.
Blue or green?
It's always red or blue.
So yeah, that's just like... feels like a Looney Tunes moment. And they threw it into the game, so I thought that was a nice touch. I mean, honestly, two Looney Tunes moments, because one is picking the wrong wire, and the other is just the whole everything except the door falling over. I just heard a noise. What was that noise? Hey, Mike, thanks for the host. We are in the middle of watching back a bunch of clips from the 2020 Hindsight games. And we just got through the Looney Tunes moment in Max Payne. And we're moving on to Max Payne 2. So here's where I mentioned that I unintentionally set up another moment perfectly. I swear I didn't see this coming. You can kind of already tell what's going to happen based on the last title in this set. But I decided to say a thing here. And I don't know why I decided to say this thing here. I was like, just in case the game decides to throw me a freebie, we're going to say this. Alright, confirmed Max Payne is not a vampire yet. Like, I even used the word yet. I'm actually just gonna skip ahead to this one because it makes more sense to present it in context. And well, you can already see it there, spoiler alert. I couldn't pause it in time, but just take a look. And I think I read something about this game scales the difficulty and makes more painkillers available. Where... fuck. I turned into a vampire. Like... or I turned into a partial vampire. His hands are there, but the head... Max has lost his head. Well, Max... I'm sorry. It must have been those dreams you had. Yeah, so I didn't expect this to actually happen, but I was like, what are the chances, going into this, what are the chances that the mirror has a bug at some point? And lo and behold, it happened. So, accidentally set myself up for success in that one. Now, I mentioned doors being problems, so we have an entire sequence of, that is definitely not screwed on there. Yep, definitely is not, Safe Maniac. We have a sequence of clips chronicling the fun with doors in this game.
Gun business is our business. Who's there? Don't let him get away!
Okay. I see doors are still a science in these games. I'm just gonna let him do all the work. Because I am very squishy. And he is very not squishy, apparently. Mike already ran out of craps to give. Yeah, let's hear it for our good friend, the other Mike, who was helping us out in this portion of the game. So that didn't show us that much about the door troubles. We'll see much more interesting things. Just, oh yeah. Things are gonna happen. Wow. Alright. Just knocks everything across the room. So yeah. More fun with doors.
Fire in the hole! Look out!
The door was closed, dude. What are you doing?
Shoot to kill!
Good job.
See you in hell! Crap!
See ya in hell, immediately followed by crap. Ow. I think I knocked him over by opening the door on him.
What next?
More of them in the lobby ahead.
But that was hilarious. Like, 2 of them frickin' lobbed grenades at a closed door. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even not laugh at that now. Just, every time the door closes, they lob another grenade. Why? Doors are still a science and the AI is bad at it. Yep, that's what I called that originally. I think that was number 3. I did not anticipate losing count. I should have anticipated that. Okay, this one is doors aren't just science, they're also hungry.
Cover me!
The hell? The door just ate that guy. Yeah, just completely clobbered. He's just gone. Yes, in this one. I hated this segment of the game partially because it was kind of buggy and I had to redo it just to get our NPC friend over here to actually go through a doorway correctly. But, that wouldn't have fit in one clip, so this did. Here's one, eaten by a door once again. And also that guy, oh my god, this door is just having a ball with these guys. Also, ow. It literally chewed him up and spit him out. Eaten by a door once again. And also that, See, right there, it spit him out again, too. It's like, nope, this guy tastes funny. So, yeah, lots of fun with doors in Max Payne 2, especially. And then, in addition to fun with doors, we have fun with ragdolls. There were some good ones in here, too. Uh-oh. Turok called. They want their explosion physics back. Well, this could be a problem. And they just kept doing it. But, yeah, I like... I think there was... That kind of reminds me of a moment that we'll probably see later in Black Mesa, too. Involving guys grenading their own friends. Let's see what else we've got in the ragdoll department here.
So get this. He tells me I'm new to the job. I'm working with all the colors except green. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Could be like symbolism.
You're dead, Payne! Fire in the hole! Damn! Look out!
Got him. Got him again. I also like the fire in the dam. Like, again, instant grenade regret. Dead. How are they getting down here? Oh, he's just dropping down. Oh, he looks comfy. Dead. How are they getting... Yeah, this guy's just, like, chilling out watching the stream. I mean, you know, isn't that the position everybody sits in when they're watching streams? Maybe? No, probably not. But yeah, that was some ragdoll and chill right there. And then, as opposed to ragdoll and no chill, I remember this one. This is pretty good. Excuse me, what? How? Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty good jump. Let's watch it again. Like, that dude could definitely make it into the Olympics with that, I think. Pretty good. So that was Max Payne. We've got a few for Doom 64. I think then we go into Metroid Prime? Yeah, okay. So we'll do Doom 64. I think I will take one more break before going into the Metroid Prime stuff. So let's get through these. The most unfortunate Cacodemon has to do with the automatic Z targeting that Doom does. Like, you don't have to aim, there is no aim up or down, it does it for you. And this Caco is just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or the right place at the wrong time, I guess. Also... that Cacodemon had an unfortunate event. Yeah, so, like, if you watch what happens here, like, I'm just aiming for the Hell Knights the entire time. And then one goes up there, another one goes up there, even as the Cacodemon is moving. He's close enough to me that he can't move out of the way, even at that speed, and both rockets hit him, and he's dead. Also, like... didn't even know he was there, wasn't even aiming for him, but... that's what happens. Yeah, the next one... So, one thing that Doom 64 does that I don't think original Doom does is they have these doors that half move up and half move down at the same time. And I don't know whether it's specifically an artifact of how those doors work that caused this to happen, but something funny happened here. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to rewind a tiny bit, too. Because you can see he dies as the door closes. He got... Wait, what? Hang on. He died He was dying as the door was closing. His corpse was within the door, but he got squished when I opened it. That's not how... That's not how squishing works. Yeah, so like, if you want to see that again, I'll try to pause in between. So, no squish here. Still no squish. If you listen closely here, it will be a squish. He got... So yeah, as the door opened, he got squished. He did not get squished when it closed. So, I don't know... I want to say that's not a thing in original Doom. I'm not sure if it's a port-specific thing or if that would have happened in Doom 64 also. I don't know if it would happen with all doors or specifically these type that raise and lower at the same time. But, yeah, that stood out to me as, like, kind of remarkable. Don't remember offhand. Oh, yeah, okay. So, you ever have a moment in Doom where you expect a trap, and there is no trap? I mean, probably not, but... I was expecting more trap, but... Oh, shit! Oh, shit! We got more trap. Surprise! As to the last one, Stevie is asking, did the door opening crush him into the ceiling? I don't really know which part of it caused the crushing to begin with. It's just surprising to me that it happened on the opening, not the closing. And I don't know if it's just that he wasn't dead enough yet, but... Or if it's specifically because it was as he was in his death animation, because, like, if he were alive, the door would have opened again. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what combination of factors caused that to happen. And then, okay, so the expectations met, I'm pretty sure... Actually, all 4 of these last ones may have been in the Lost Levels. I forget exactly. But I'm pretty sure that I know for a fact the last 2 are, and I think the expectations met one was too. If not also the squishing one. But, yeah. As for not a good idea... Shit. Rocket here is not a good idea. Although it's not the end of the world if I fall... Never mind, it is the end of the world. If I fall like that... Rocket hitboxes strike again. Okay, fine, we'll do it again. So yeah. I even told myself I probably shouldn't use rockets here. And then I did. And then I dime-rocketed myself. And then you'd think that I wouldn't try that again, but... The Unmaker. The good news is I don't dime rocket myself here. Well, at least not against a wall. I don't know why I'm calling it the alien weapon. The Unmaker. I don't know why I'm calling it the alien weapon. Metroid McFly could probably relate to this if he were here, because he absolutely hates Lost Souls. He finds them to be the most annoying enemy in the game. So in that case, I left one of those alive, and that ended up being bad. So anyway, I'm going to take another quick break before we go through the remainder of these, but we're, you know, at least halfway, well, we're halfway through the games, but some of them at the end are very clip-heavy, so we'll try to get through the rest of these within an hour or so when I get back, given the pace that we're on currently. So, stay tuned, and we've still got more clips in a few minutes. Okay, let's get back into this then. Thanks for continuing to hang out. We are at least halfway through in terms of games. Let's jump into the Metroid Prime trilogy. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Starting with Triclops is Helping. God damn it. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's exactly where I wanted to go, though, so that's actually convenient. Triclops is helping. So that might have been the first time I got booted out by a Triclops in that game? I don't know. I want to think I must have hit other ones by then, but... yeah. They usually send you back from where you came from, but in that case, it's where I wanted to go. So this is a fun one. It's like, dude, I'm trying to scan your friend over here. Welp, we live here now. Yeah, I'm gonna do all three. Alright, yep, that was our introduction, and here are more pirates. And... the pirate I was just scanning got photobombed by another pirate in front of it. Great. Yeah, DS. Triclops taking out the garbage, but I really wanted to visit the landfill, actually. But yeah, so just scanning. Where is it? Introduction, and here are more pirates. So, yep, there he is. There he is, just dropping in. Whoops, didn't actually mean to full screen it again. So, but it doesn't actually interrupt the scan, so I guess that's fine. So, of course, Metroid Prime, space pirates, very, very prevalent throughout the trilogy. But have you heard of Air Pirate? Let me tell you about Air Pirate. Let me show you about Air Pirate. Who is Air Pirate? Yo, it's like I wonder how much of this plot they already had intended. Friggin' got him. He's down there now. It's the best one yet. Yo, Air Pirate is that pirate. Air Pirate is also this pirate. I don't think I realized that you can just do a 1-2 punch like this when I first played this game. The friggin' face plant. That's pretty great. Yeah, so actually what I didn't realize initially was he actually lands and then the second hit separately causes him to face plant. That's when I first played this game. Like right there he landed. And then he face plants immediately afterwards. Like, it almost looks like one fluid motion. Oh, hey, Mighty Squirrel, how you doing? So, yeah. He moved up in the world, but not very far. We are just, if you're just joining us, we are just going through a bunch of funny moments from 2020 Hindsight, which was my weekend and sometimes weeknight streams throughout the year 2020, where we completed over 30 games. One more with Air Pirate before we move on. Again, trying to move up in the world. Oops. Should have used lock on. What the? Wow. That was pretty hilarious. Again, he kind of did, arguably, but only for a second. Oops. Should have used... See, right there, he made it. Lock on. What the? But he couldn't hold on to it. So next we've got Duncan Puffers. This is just some, whoops. Some revenge on Puffers. Yeah, I got it anyway. And the puffer around it. And it fell on the other puffer. Yeah, so there are a couple of places where you can do funny environmental kills in the Metroid Prime series. We will see another one on Prime 2, actually, I believe. And then there are times where enemies in the environment just kind of don't get along. And this is one of those. Did he just float? Dude! What What? Alright. I don't really know what just happened there. But, like, keep an eye on this guy right here, in the middle of the screen. Did he just float? Dude! He just, like, zooms out into nothing. And I think he shrinks at the same time. He must have shrunk in the wash, I guess. So the game clearly didn't really know how to handle that, or it could have been an emulation issue, given that I was playing that through Dolphin with the Prime Hack modifications for keyboard and mouse. And then this last one, Zach, you should remember, because boy did I really agonize over getting this one missile, and then I was busy thinking about something else that I was also agonizing over. And then, well, when you stop thinking about something, sometimes stuff just works out. Because, like, it says tall cave. I'm assuming this is what it's talking about. Oh, shit. I need to missile that. So I was in this room. Well, I missed one of these anyway before, so here it is. Oh, you piece of shit. Remember when you said it would be something stupid? Yep. Hello. Is something stupid. Right here. Okay, so that's how you get the missile. We got the missile, though, and that's really the most important part. Screw the artifacts. We're not here for those. Who the hell cares about those? Finishing games is for, you know, who the hell wants to do that? We're just here for the items. I mean, in Metroid Prime 3, that was something I didn't mention, actually. In Metroid Prime 3, we actually were here for the items. Metroid Prime 3 legitimately gives you a means within the game of finding all the items. So we actually 100%ed Metroid Prime 3, and I did not expect to do that. But, yeah, so this, I was agonizing over that missile because it's sitting there under the ice taunting you for half of the frickin' game. And then I'm looking for an artifact instead and getting lost and end up back in the missile room and realize there was one stalactite that I did not destroy. And lo and behold, our missile. I must have spent an hour in that area. Or at least half an hour. So there's your Metroid Prime highlights. So not only do we have the return of Air Pirate, which we'll get to, we also have Air Grenchler in this one, because Grenchlers can jump. And it's pretty dang hilarious when they do. Like, am I actually better off reloading from my previous save? What was that guy doing? Yeah, let's just rewind a bit. What was... Nope, rewind more, hang on. Save. What was that guy doing? Hang on a second. Did I just see him, like, launch across the entire screen? Like, am I actually better off... Hey, Corporate Gamer, thanks for the host. Here, enjoy a replay of Air Grenchler. There he is, if you missed it. There it is again, there. Incredibly rare Air Grenchler. Traveling at incredibly high speed. Right there. And I just couldn't believe it. We saw more evidence of that later, though. As we will see. One such example of. But yeah, we're like halfway through going through the clips after we've already talked about all the games that I went through in 2020 hindsight. So this will, of course, also be available as VOD if you missed it. And I'll throw this into the collection/playlist on Twitch and YouTube as well. Here he is. Hi. Nobody invited you. Okay. He literally got off my lawn. My goodness. Okay. Wow. I mean, those guys are simultaneously the most annoying and also now most amusing enemy in the game. They really are annoying, though, because you always got to get behind them to hit them. But yeah, there's a front and center view of him making that jump. Here he is. Hi. Nobody invited you. And then also making the return jump. Okay. So there's your Air Grenchler. Okay, so I mentioned that there was another example of a cutscene or like an automated thing environmentally killing an enemy in Metroid Prime 2, and here's that one. And in this case, it's actually pretty helpful because it kills a really annoying enemy. And it's one of these. And this should be the side that I actually need to... Yeah. That's one way to get rid of one of those jerks. Yeah, those things are a pain in the butt to get rid of manually, so anytime you get free help, sure. Also, that entire section is... Like, I vaguely remembered that section of the game from, like, the first time I played Metroid Prime 2, and, like, definitely not one of the things I was looking forward to. So next we've got this irresponsibly efficient use of weaponry. I wonder. Nope. What the fuck? Whoops. Irresponsible use of weaponry. No problems here. Don't worry about it. So I was experimenting with whether you could open the light or dark doors with the Annihilator Beam, since the Annihilator Beam is supposed to be like light plus dark. The answer is you can't. However, you can destroy destructible objects across the room on a bounce. Alright, let's see the return of Air Pirate, because everybody loves Air Pirate. Air Pirate is the real hero of the Metroid Prime trilogy. Holy crap! Entirely across the gap there. I mean, let's watch that again. Like, this could give that guy in Max Payne 2 a run for his money. Just give him, we need to give him a pile of crap to leap over. What do we got next? Oh yeah, so I was mentioning how screw attack can sometimes be problematic. So, here's a case where it's kind of problematic, but not too problematic. Fortunately, I mean, if you didn't actually want to go through the portal, it would be problematic, so, I mean, you'll see what I mean. I got stuck behind the portal. This is a well-programmed video game. So yeah, that happened to me on more than one occasion, I think. Fortunately, obviously, I was always actually interested in going through the portal, but I could see that being a problem otherwise. And this was an unintentional trick shot with the screw attack that ended up working. It's a very inexact science. Oh, I think there's one other clip I have in Metroid Prime 3 with screw attack. I hope I included it in here, but I forget if I did. We'll find out shortly. I shouldn't have done that way. Holy crap, that bag shot, though. I couldn't have done that if I tried. Yeah, so that worked. By no intent of my own. So this next one is... I don't have too many clips in here that are actually just, like, accomplishments in the game. But this one was one that I kind of remembered that stood out. Just because, like, this was at the point that I was completely blind in Metroid Prime 2. And I had managed to find a lot, but not all, of the, oh, I forget what it is. Wasn't it, like, key bearer things? I forget exactly what it was we were collecting in Metroid Prime 2. Basically the equivalent of the artifacts in 1. And one of them was really rude and I hate it. And I didn't clip that. But this one was one that, like, I already had a suspicion of where I wanted to go. But I hadn't really gotten there yet, but I just kind of stumbled into this. After a very lengthy, grueling spider ball track section. This is how we get up here. Oh, hello. We found it! Also, I'm pretty sure this is the room that in Dark Ether has the yellow beam that I wanted to come back to. So it may just happen that the thing I already had in mind to check is the thing that I need to find. So, yeah, now I remember what the thing is. The catch with these is you always, if I recall correctly, you always find the key bearer in the same room in Light Ether as the key piece in Dark Ether. And like I was saying during the clip, like, that is what this room was. It was the room that I wanted to go back to in Dark Ether and check out. Because the light beams was one of the last progression items that you get, is the ability to travel those. And, like, they're kind of underwhelming. They're mostly pointless, but you get a couple of items, expansions in them, and you have to use one of the light beams to get to one of the key pieces. So let's go into Metroid Prime 3. Let me check. Yeah, okay, I do have the screw attack thing here that I had hoped that I had put in here. Thank you for the follow. I should mention, assuming that my display works correctly, I have intentionally anonymized follows at this point. And actually, that was a YouTube subscription, so thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I've seen a few channels do this, and I appreciate when it's done, because I know some people don't want to draw attention to themselves when they follow a channel. They just want to lurk. So I have followed suit and made YouTube subscriptions and Twitch follows completely, like, they just make a noise and that's it now. So you can follow and also be left in peace if you so wish. So thank you for that one, and let's yeet responsibly on this, get into these Metroid Prime 3 clips. Darn it, it freaking pulled me out of full screen again. Let's try that again. Ow! Really? Wow. Okay. Yeah, let's watch that again. Ow! It took out like 4 health. It wasn't anything major, but it actually hurt me. Like, congratulations, you solved it and also hurt yourself. And, yeah, speaking of solving things and hurting yourself, one of these days I won't full screen too early. Statue contains several liters of unstable fuel gel. Igniting the gel may destroy the statue. Ow. Well, Zaki, I did it again. How much did that hurt me for? You can hurt yourself with that, too. That was 1 health. Several liters of unstable fuel gel. Igniting the gel may destroy the statue. Oh, it wasn't even the explosion. I think it wasn't the explosion that hurt me. It was the shrapnel flying off that hurt me for 1 health, I think. So that's really hilarious. So yeah, solving things can hurt you in this game. So I remember there were probably numerous points early on in Metroid Prime 3 where I complained every time I used a Morph Ball launcher, because in Prime 2, whenever you used one of those, you would get the satisfying bonk sound when you hit the other side. And, like, it wasn't there in 3. But then we got this.
Whoa, boy. Holy crap. Alright. Last time I'm pretty sure I criticized this game for lack of bonks. That just made up for, like, every lack of bonks, because that was, like, the biggest bonk of any Metroid Prime game. Oh, and it's just a shortcut. Is this right outside the save room? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Holy crap.
I don't even know that the bonk came through that strong on the replay here, but, like, there was significant body to that bonk. Yes, we're analyzing bonks now. Alright, so, screw attack shenanigans. We have some of those in Prime 3. This one is... Oh, this isn't the one I thought it was. Darn. Well, this is another funny one, though, because screw attack wall jumping felt really hard to get right in 2. Like, your timing had to be pretty on the nose, and I feel like in 3 they allowed you to buffer it more.
They made screw attack wall jumping so much easier. What the fuck? I say that and then that happens. What? Okay. They made it easier except when it's not.
So yeah, you can see how quickly I was wall jumping though, and I feel like it never felt or looked that fluid in 2. So 3 was a little bit better. Okay, it might have been one of the ones one of these two might be the one I'm thinking of. It might be the denied one. So let's see what shenanigans happen here. I think this is more screw attack.
Oh, great. Bonked off. Wow!
Yeah, so we bonked off the grapple hook point, and then the enemies that were busy dive bombing past me ended up hitting me when I respawned. Thanks, game. But yeah, I think this is yeah, this is the denied. This is the counter yeet. It's like, I think we're gonna get it.
Oh, come on! That was so close. Come on. That was hilarious, though. It's just like, no.
Like, watch that again, because it's not even the closeness, it's the angle that it banks me off, too.
Oh, come on!
It just, like, sends me flying off at, like, 60 degrees off of where I came from or something. So... I always thought that one was kind of hilarious. Whoops, I advanced the page. Spoilers, there's a lot of highlights next. Or clips, rather. Do I remember what this one is? Oh, yeah, this is actually more screw attack, isn't it? More applications of screw attack.
That actually landed? Okay, I thought I was gonna miss that. Also the swag achievement at the same time.
So yeah, we got the 900 kills achievement. We blew up 2 dudes as we, 2 puffers or whatever as we landed, and I didn't expect that to land. I thought I was gonna have to respawn. Oh yeah, there are a few entertaining golems in this game, but this is by far the most entertaining one. This might be slightly spoilery in terms of it's a thing that you have to figure out, and it's honestly one of the most obtuse things in the game, I would say. Like, I didn't expect this to be used here, but here we go. A giant impact could probably shatter and destroy the bars. And if they're not talking about the ship's missile attack, then... Wait, they are talking about the ship's missile attack. Wait, what? Are you fucking serious? I'm waiting for it. Holy shit! A giant impact could probably shatter. I think this clip went. No, it didn't. It might not have gone the full 60 seconds. I don't remember why I cut it that short, but yeah, did not expect the Rube Goldberg machine to be in effect for that one. Because you find that thing in a completely different part of the map, if I recall correctly, and like there's just a ridiculous amount of like progression in specific directions through the map to even get that thing there. So like I said, super obscure. I don't remember what this is or why I said again, other than yeah, there's probably numerous things that I did wrong in this game or series. And this one felt particularly wrong. It looks like I should be able to jump around it, but I kind of can't. Oh, yes I can. What a mess. Jeez, okay. Well, I guess I'm glad I came back this way, because I just found that. How the hell do I get out of here now? I'm stuck. Okay, no, I'm not. Oh. Okay, seriously though, how do I get out of here? I hope I didn't just come through here in a way that wasn't intended. Wait. Aha! I probably did come through here in a way that was not intended. Look at all that smoke. So yeah, my guess is you're supposed to shoot that from the front in the first place. But I managed to morph over it. So. That was awkward. So that was the Prime series. We still have Blood, a little bit of stuff with Tyrion and TGL, and Hexen 2 left, I believe. And we have a lot of things to look at with Blood. I probably should have limited myself more on this, but there's a lot of funny stuff that happened. So... and we start with an example of how rough the hit scanners were on me, and this was during the first stream where I only got through half an episode. But the train level was pretty impressive, and that was in that first half an episode. I missed. That was pretty hilarious, though. I want to see whether this wraps. Nope, it's gone. Okay. I just love the best part of this is the way that they both like taunt you as the thing goes away, and you can just hear them vanishing into the distance. I missed. Like that's just great. Could not have planned that one better. So next, after fun with trains, we have fun with elevators. Were other rooms? Okay. Just, I had that happen a couple of times where, like, there were leftover bullet casings or something, and they bounce when you move a lift. Speaking of things, well, not quite bouncing, but falling over themselves. Just overall a mess. Things got messy on numerous occasions in this game. Speaking of which, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun with physics here. So let's start the power slide and happy landings trend, because these are pretty much all fun to look at. What the heck? Okay, he's over there now. Just slid across the entire opening. Right there. I'm gonna try to power through these kind of fast since there are a lot of them. I think this is the first happy landing. Yeah, there we go. Where did that guy land? Just, yeah. Don't even know. I think it might have been, like, it sounded like the splat was to my left, so it might have been that splatter behind me. Can't really be sure, though. Oh yeah, so I mentioned how hit scanners are often super aggressive and super accurate. Well, we lucked out here. You're not dead. How are you still not dead? Now he's shooting the floor. Got him. And then he was over there. So that was number 3. Now for more power slides. This feels very Hexen right now. Oh. Okay, cool power slide, dude. I'm pretty sure I didn't even cause that one. It feels very Hexen right now. Oh. Yeah, that was totally one guy tossing dynamite at the back of the other guy. So, this game has irresponsible dynamite AI as well. Oh, yeah. So there were a couple of happy landings that involve ice. Should be dead. There we go. That was perfect. Okay. Should be 2 for 2 in that clip. And I think they were in... Were they in the same part of the hole, or were they in different parts? They were in opposite sides of the hole, too, so that's even better. Only thing that would have been better is if I could have got the third guy in this hole over here. Because then we could have, like, been 3 for 3. More power slides. There's one. Okay. Power sliding and on fire. That's an upgrade. So, 2 power slides and on fire. Crap. Was that 6? I'm gonna lose count here. Yeah, that was 6. This one is a landing, not a power slide. I didn't hit him. That time I did... What? There he is. I was gonna say, is this gonna be another case of they never land? Nope, he landed. Yeah, so enemies can take quite a while. They can get quite a bit of airtime in this game. So this is... Yeah, this is a fun power slide. You'll see what return to sender means in a minute. Holy crap. That was some power slide. Yeah, just immediately back towards me and to the wall. So that was a pretty fun one. Whoops, that was the one we just saw. So we already dunked one gargoyle. Well, we didn't... Lightning struck twice. He tried. Dunked. So yeah, we actually managed to do that again. Although I think the first one might have been more impressive. So this is a happy landing that was entirely an enemy's own doing. Oh, there he is. Well, okay, he's dead. Cool. Okay, now maybe I encouraged him a little bit, because it seems like I shot him and then he fell. Oh, there he is. Yeah. And then just immediately on fire. That was this one, wasn't it? Yep. So speaking of cultists just falling and immediately dealt with. Okay, that one... Oh, well, okay then. I consider that situation resolved. That one really did it himself. I did not touch him. I stopped shooting. Well, I kind of started shooting again, but I'm still considering that one he did it to himself. Although he also died on the way down, so maybe it was me. Oh. Alright, maybe I gave him too much credit. So my title for this, now all we need is toilets with threatening auras. What the heck happened here? Oh, jeez. Perfectly cut screams. Ah, yes, that was why. Because it was perfectly cut screams, so... we needed to complete the set of memes. Alright, one more in this set. Oh yeah, this, so this kind of falls under the happy landings. The question in this case is not to where, it's from where. Wait, what? Where'd that guy come from? What just happened? Like, it looked like he fell off of somewhere, but there's nowhere to fall from, so I don't know where he was. Like, let's watch this again, because I didn't see him pop up from anywhere, so it looked like he just fell from the ceiling. Can I frame advance this? No, I can't. For some reason, the clip player can't do that. Okay, so there's the explosion. Wait, what? Where'd that guy come from? Oh, I accidentally sped it up, apparently. Actually, well, if I can slow it down... Yeah, he's just up there already. I don't know. Either he was... The only two explanations I have is he was either camping the right corner where I couldn't see him and had already popped up in the air, or two, he came from another floor. And, like, I don't know. I was convinced it was number 2 when I first... when this first happened. Wait, what? Where'd that guy come from? And there you go. Okay, so that does it for the happy landings. We've got more door chronicles going on here. And yeah, so we saw a moment in Max Payne where doors opening and closing was annoying. Well, this is annoying in a different way, but also involves doors closing. Oh gee, what the... The door closed behind me. Thanks, door. Doors in this game are like, the programmers were real jerks when it came to doors in this game. That one might not have particularly been a jerk door, but there are jerk doors in this game where if you open them and just stand back, like where you opened them from, they'll stay open for like 5 seconds. But if you open them and then walk through, they close immediately. So yeah, that happened here, and there's going to be more of that. So just... Actually, it might be this one, because I think I grouped them. Yep. So this is in one of the 2 expansion episodes. It might have been the first one. Okay, so ready for this entire half of a level, probably. Another med kit that I don't need right now. I say that... Oh, well, that's why the medkit's there. Yep. Medkit that I don't need until I immediately need it. This expansion clearly ups the ante on jerk doors. Like, I definitely recall seeing doors in this game that, like, close immediately after you enter them. But normally you can still open them. This one is not like that. Okay. I don't know if that was always the case, actually. Or if other ones closed permanently. Or more permanently as well. So what else do we have? Didn't suspect a thing, so this is usually fun with dynamite, I think. Didn't suspect a thing. You would think that would wake enemies up, but it didn't. In most other games, when you throw a grenade or something, they get the heck away from it. Now, this one they were actually woken up, but they still didn't get the heck away from it. Okay, how many guys were in there? Did I just find the clown car of this episode, or what? Not to mention one of them popped all the way out over there. Like, that felt like it shouldn't have been possible. Alright, accidents happen. I'm pretty sure these are usually bad for me. Can I move this toolbar somewhere else? No. Did not foresee that happening. Yeah, this room looks scary. That guy had an accident. Okay, no, maybe the accidents do happen to them too. I forgot. I mean, we already saw one of those in one of the early power slide things, too. So, expect more accidents involving explosives. Like this one. Bad idea, use explosives. Better idea, let them have the bad idea. Okay, new idea. Get that guy. Bad idea. Okay, don't do that. Better idea? I don't know what just happened, but okay. That time they threw dynamite, and it ended badly for them. Okay, that was a really big boom. Like, geez. That sure resolved that situation. Okay, yeah, if you don't want... I put a warning in this one. If you don't want spoilers for the end of specific episodes in Blood, this is going to involve the boss of the third episode, which I kind of talked about earlier. But yeah, this boss is kind of what I would consider unreasonable, because he can do this. What is going on out there? Wait, what? This closed. Okay, that's interesting. So we gotta go down a different way. Oh, jeez. Holy crap. Okay. Just immediately dead. I don't know how much health I had, but I have 0 now. Yeah, like, I mean, if we go over there again... Nope, further back. Oh, so, okay, we have 196 health. Jeez. And then that happens. And we have 0 health. Whoops, I clicked too fast so it de-full screened it, but you can see I have 0 health there. So yeah, that happened. Was that number 3? Yep, okay. What is this one? More death than expected. Okay, this is also one that was a bad accident on my part. Although I think I was specifically testing something here. I mean, I think if I fell down there, I would probably die. Let's find out. I saved. Well, I died. I didn't expect the bridge to also die, but that is a thing that happened. So, yeah. Death and explosions, both. Now no death, only sploosh. He's not dead. What the... Okay. There's apparently water in this room. He's not dead. What the hell was that noise? He's not dead, but he is sploosh. So, yeah. I don't actually remember what that other noise was. I'm pretty sure it was something dying in water, though. But yeah. Not what I expected at all out of that. Oh yeah, so this one is interesting. So there have been plenty of times where I use the flare gun to set things on fire and kill them, but usually not like this. That was interesting. He just straight up exploded, rather than falling over and then getting up on fire. So I'm guessing I did like a specific amount of damage to cause that to happen. But, yes, that was surprising. Okay, we're through the bulk of the blood clips here. Next, we've got... What else do we have? Both. Oh, yes, both, of course. This was the beginning of episode 2, and I was trying to conserve ammo. Cool. I like how I picked up a full drum of bullets when I blew myself up, though. I was like, are these explosive barrels, or can we just destroy these? The answer is both. Me and my desire to conserve ammo got me killed. So, yep, there you go. Don't try to conserve ammo when you can't tell whether a barrel is explosive or not. Yeah, so this was some technical difficulties, I think, on the game's part. This guy was kind of stuck, but it kind of made it look like he was, like, in a little, like, dressing room area or something. Oh, well, that works. Is he changing? I hit him! Well, he changed. There you go. I think that was actually a dresser, so, like, I don't know how that guy was, like a cupboard-style thing, so I don't know how he actually got in there. So another way in which doors are jerks is they can hide things. Oh, hi. He was just chilling out all along on break or something. Maybe this is a coffee machine, I don't know. Where the f... How do you fit back there? Seriously. The amount of... I am never not surprised by how well enemies fit behind doors. I didn't even kill all three of them with that. This is what I get for calling collect. So, yeah, 3 zombies behind a single door. You wouldn't think that that many could fit there, but in this engine they can. Okay, so this I would call an achievement. Jump boots in this game are a thing that exists, and they allow you to jump very high, and you can typically conserve them pretty well to use them many times, because as long as you don't have them active, they won't count down. It's a timer thing. And in some cases, you can get the secrets with them. In some cases, you can skip parts of levels with them. Well, yeah, about that. Okay, that brings us back in here. What about the other side? So just look at the stats when this ends. What? What about, you know that entire rest of the level that I did before that I forfeited the progress on because I didn't like that I lost my jump boots? Apparently you don't need to do the entire level. So yeah, you can do basically like 1/8 of the level or something. And you're done, if you use jump boots at the exact right place. I forget. I want to think this was episode 3 somewhere, but I'm not exactly sure. It was either 3 or 4. I'm pretty sure it was in the original 4 episodes, and I'm pretty sure it was beyond 2. Oh yeah, so, good also Spicy Boy found. So in the 3rd episode, they introduced these, hellhounds, as they call them, if I recall correctly. And, well, they live up to their name, and in this particular case, they were helpful. This seems dark. Oh, jeez. Well, that works, thanks, buddy. Well, Doggo proving that he is still, in fact, man's best friend. So yeah, the dog was spitting fire from the right side towards the cultists on the left side and dealt with the cultists for me. Which is like, great, I hate hit scanners. The Stairmaster. Oh yes, this was an interesting thing that happened in a story told in 2 parts. Oh, come on. Well, that guy's racking up a gazillion years of bad luck right now. That's not how you Stairmaster. So that was part 1. And part 2 is, like, I don't know. Well, actually, hang on. What timestamp does this have on in the game? 2:35. So how much later did this one take place? 9 or 10 minutes later. Holy, what the... What? Wow. So first of all, he went flying backwards. Then he fell down the stairs back toward me, and this other poor guy who's just like, what just happened? Actually, wait, wasn't this the guy who was failing at being the Stairmaster? He's not failing at being the Stairmaster anymore. Why does that work? That's very weird. Oh no, that's the failed Stairmaster. He's still there. Just don't worry about it. Absolutely nothing wrong here. Wow. Yeah, had a lot of fun with that one. I don't know. All of the things managed to go wrong in a single place. And one more thing. So before we saw skipping like 90% of a level. Well, here's the thing. This was, I think, in the post-mortem, in the second expansion, finding the secret exit. So we had just found the regular exit of the level. Okay. We gotta go back and look for more secrets. Also, I'm pretty sure all the enemies I didn't kill are fish. Oh. Well, that's something. Is that the secret exit? I think that's the secret exit. I think I just found it. Okay. That didn't take very long. Turn around, jump down a fireplace, secret exit. Okay. I think that's actually at least the second secret exit that was within spitting distance of the regular exit, but one of the ones for one of the main episodes was very poorly conveyed. Because it was a wall that you wouldn't think was destructible, but it was, if I recall correctly. But yeah, so that was Blood Fresh Supply. That took us the majority of October. I still need to go back and play Death Wish at some point, because Dime highly recommended that fan add-on. Not exactly sure when I'm going to slot that in yet. Might even end up being October of this year, who knows. But that's definitely on my to-do list at some point. But obviously I've got a bunch of other stuff I want to get to for weekend streams involving Quake Engine games first. But yeah, so that was Blood. Then we've got Soten. I totally skipped that in my head earlier. So, well, we just saw an instance of an enemy dying and falling downstairs. Let's see another one. This time in a side-scroller.
Oh, hey, we haven't seen these all game yet. Oh boy. I'm always overly amused by dead enemies falling downstairs, and I did not expect that in this game.
So, there you go. Got our old friend doing the good work for us. Oh yeah, so this is one of those sort of like gag rooms. And I had been in this room once before, but this didn't happen until this time, so I was very surprised.
This is where we had this thing. Which may or may not have any meaning. Wait, this is a different guy. What the fuck? That's rude! What? Alright, what does this side have? Okay, this side has the same thing. The hell was that other smug bastard?
So yeah, that's apparently a thing that can sometimes happen. Oh yeah, the Bat Familiar. I don't know how really, truly effective the Bat Familiar is in practice, but it had some of our most fun moments in the game, because it just has attention to detail that I did not expect.
Wait. Where is it? I did just turn it on, right? Yeah. Oh, there he is. Hi, Bat. It did hurt when I turned into a bat. Oh my god. We're bat buddies now. Okay. This made the entire Halloween stream worth it. This validated the Halloween stream. Does it do that ever? And then a question mark! Oh my god. That's amazing. Best part of the game right here.
So yeah, I absolutely loved that when I stumbled across it. Both the heart and the question mark, like, geez. Even just the one direction was great, and then to have it in the other direction, I feel a little bad for the Bat Familiar with how confused it must have been. And more Bat Familiar things.
Hang on a second. Does the bat become an option for you? The bat becomes an option for you. That's amazing. You both... It doubles your firepower when you're in bat form.
So, yep. We got some Gradius in my Castlevania. Again, not really sure how useful I still find it, because your firing rate as a bat is super low. But, what is this? I don't actually remember what the... Oh, yeah, I remember what this is. I don't know if this actually points to something I should have found and didn't, but it sure seemed questionable.
Switching back to Spike Breaker would probably be easier. What? He just... Okay. Oh, come on. That one guy, though, he just danced into a wall, seriously. Like, he just disappeared.
Yeah, let's watch that again. Right there, actually. He's just gone. So I don't know if that's actually, like, pointing to there being something there, or if that's just some kind of bug. But he got eaten by the wall. Oh, this was... So, like, familiars are pretty infamous for being very slow to attack and often missing things, but this was a pretty choice moment for our friend the demon.
Demon's just like, shut up.
I mean, let's be real, who hasn't wanted to do that? Just like, nope, you're done. I'm not waiting for you. Happy first Catterday of 2021. Oh, are you in Central? Yeah, I guess it's been Saturday here for an hour, technically. But yeah, Nova Skeletons are a real problem. Normally, so... Seeing the familiar take care of it for us is pretty great. Okay, so this time it's demon versus bat, I guess. And this is the rock that you find very early in the game, and we were here to learn things about this room. Because there's a very questionable secret in this room. So we were doing all sorts of weird crap. But, meanwhile, our familiar was taking out the bat trash.
Oh, hi, bat. Where did that other bat go? Okay.
Yeah, where was he? He was over on the right side. Just, like, look for the... Yeah, right there, the splatter on the right
That
end.
other bat go? Okay. Just freaking disappeared, and then so does my familiar, and he deals with it.
So, yeah. One particular highlight of spending way too long in that room. So, that was Soten. Now we've got our shmup segment here between Tyrion and the Guardian Legend. There was actually one other Tyrion moment that I wanted to capture, but I never found the right point to clip. I don't know. I totally dropped the ball on it. But this is a pretty good one. This kind of feels like a flashback to some of the garbage you see in Sonic 3 and speedruns when they skip the midpoint, and so things don't load correctly.
I didn't realize that the ammo weapon... What is going on right now? I think I broke it. I think this isn't supposed to happen, but because the stage was supposed to end but it's still scrolling, it's making crap up now. Alright, let's get out of there before it actually crashes.
So yeah, I think this was me playing arcade mode the first night, because I think the timer was paused, right? Yeah. I mean, you could probably make this happen in the regular game too, but yeah, pretty funny to just see garbage raining down, and I wasn't even really paying attention, and then look back up and was like, what's happening? So then we've got quite a few. Oh, I forgot to note that this one is also TGL Secret Edition, but yeah, we've got a few from TGL plus Secret Edition here. And this was the first time that I realized that zero health existed. You can even see it in the shot right here.
I actually didn't... Wait. I have no health. Hello? How am I not dead? Okay.
So yeah, I didn't necessarily know that early on about the reduced hitbox at zero health, which I think is a really interesting mechanic. Like, it basically turns it into like a Danmaku or something. But that was the first time I really noticed that, like, oh, you're not dead when you have zero. So then we've got a few interesting things from Secret Edition, which was the ROM hack we played that I did not quite finish, because it gets a little too rude at the end. But one of the things that I found completely by accident is one of the glitches that I will fully admit is very useful for this ROM hack, because it makes recovery a lot faster in a lot of places, and I'm not sure I would have gotten as far as I did without knowing this. I definitely made use of it a lot, just to save time.
And of course, none of them drop anything.
So, like, before I play this, look at where my health and my chips are at.
What? Did I just find a glitch? What just happened? It's not happening now, but I just gained all my health back. Because it looked like it was picking up all the chips. It looked like it was repeatedly picking up this chip, but I was here in the top left corner.
Zacky's onto it in chat over here.
That is a thing. Yup, I guess I did. Like, all of a sudden this square was blue, too. I was like, that wasn't a thing. What? Does it actually have to do with, like, being diagonally adjacent to an actual chip block?
So I wasn't able to clip the entire explanation which Zacky put in chat afterwards, but yes, it has to do with being diagonally adjacent to a chip block, but having a wall on at least one side, too, makes it easier, so that you can just run up against the chip block and you end up just repeatedly collecting the chip because the game doesn't take the chip away, but for some reason it sees you as close enough to get it. So you can just immediately fill up your chips and health just by running up against a chip corner. So yeah, like I said, I was very fortunate to find that relatively early in SE, because I ended up making use of it quite a few times. So we have a couple of rather uneasy, panic-inducing mid-boss battles here.
I'm way too bad at dodging this thing because I don't know how to bait it properly. Oh, I'm gonna die. I didn't die.
Alright, hang on a second. Just look at where I am there. That was probably... I didn't mean to unfull screen it. That was probably a combination of the reduced zero health hitbox and the fact that while you're doing damage, you're not taking damage from the same enemy.
I didn't die.
And then we got a red lander that frickin' refilled our health. What else did we have in here? I think this was one where I didn't even try to dodge it because I had already tried to dodge it and it didn't work.
Problem is he's bouncing in and out of my hitbox. Oh, but barely worked. Okay, sure, thanks.
And we got another red lander out of that one. This was a very unfortunate thing that actually happened just last night. I haven't, I highlighted this on Twitch. I haven't I uploaded it to YouTube, but I haven't published it on YouTube yet, but it will be there. And it'll be in the, so on Twitch I have two separate collections, one for 2020 Hindsight and one for Periphery, and this is part of Periphery. Because Twitch has a stupid 100 item limit in its collections for some reason, like, engineers can't count past 100 at Twitch. Whereas on YouTube, I have it all within the single collection. And we're almost running, even with that, with like the 30 some odd episodes separated on Twitch, we're still very close to the 100 limit on the Hindsight collection. So we've got like nearly 130 episodes between the two. And they're all there if you missed any or are new to this and want to catch up on it. But yeah, so this happened last night and was just, I basically figured out I didn't have to dodge this boss, and then I dodged anyway at the dumbest possible time.
Bowling ball did some work. My health is not in a good place. Now, was this the pineapple boss? I forget. Yeah, it was. Actually, this is kind of working, and I'm surprised. And I just avoided an energy tank. I'm a goddamn idiot. Well, if I hadn't avoided the energy tank, it probably would have been fine, so let's try that strategy again. I should probably save that one for the highlight reel. Good grief.
Yeah, so the catch to that was it took me really long to get back to that boss again, because that level is also kind of painful. Because this was in Area 9. Corridors 9 and 19 were a problem. Like, I was totally blocked on those at the end of the previous episode, and then I didn't play the game for a month because I couldn't work up the nerve to try it again. But, hey, we did get past those corridors in the last episode of 2020 Periphery, so we got something. So we got a couple here from Blaster Master, which I played for one night as sort of a filler after TGL, but before I had the Ikari no Yosai games in my possession. So we've got a couple from that, because, I mean, I was never good at this game, so I never saw the fully upgraded gun, because when you get hit, you lose gun.
Weren't they green before? Wow, holy crap. When you get max gun, it's bananas. I don't think I've ever seen max gun. Why am I getting Fester's Quest vibes from this? Fester's Quest vibes, except it's also a rave party. Also, I can't break these things anymore. It's actually just completely beyond logic. I've never seen max gun before. Weren't they?
So, yeah, I mean, to be fair, Fester's Quest was also made by Sunsoft, same company that developed this, so... I mean, if you've seen any of both of these games, you would recognize some sound effects as similar between both as well, because it does share some sound effects. And then, okay, this was like the room right before the room that I game overed in at the end of Blaster Master. But, yeah, so I had problems with this room. The biggest problem with the end of Blaster Master is actually the last movement tech that unlocks for you, because it actually makes it harder to do what you want without doing something you don't want. But anyway, enemies also have a problem with this room, apparently.
Well... This guy is sure having a ball.
So, yeah, I don't know what made that happen, but it happened. So, I think we're into... Nope, we've got 2 pages left. Good grief, this is going way later than I anticipated. Partially because I took so long to talk about the games first. But let's run through our Black Mesa clips, because Black Mesa was a really good game. Got him. Oh, and apparently I got all of the remaining beverages out of here, too. Just got all the slurp noises. So yeah, like, you can individually interact with the soda machines or whatever. And every time you do, it'll spit out one soda, and you will get one slurp noise, and it will give you 1 health back. That time I got a bunch of slurp noises. Actually, did that give us full health? Got him. We sure did. I should have made use of that more often, because I never actually took advantage of that again. Alright, it's time for stupid hound eye tricks. If you remember Late Night with David Letterman, he had stupid pet tricks. We've got stupid hound eye tricks. Here we go. I wish it would stop doing that. The barrel roll didn't work out for that guy. Face plants into a wall. Okay, that didn't hurt nearly as much as I thought it would. Whoa, dude, nice power slide, whatever that was. Did a freaking donut as he died. And that one, like, did a cartwheel or something. Lots of fun with physics in this game. That's probably gonna defull screen on me. Yep. So this one, they're not even... They can even perform tricks without being awake. Those guys are already dead? No, they're sleeping! Oh my god, that's cute. And now they're dead. Yep. If anyone's ever watched Two Stupid Dogs, they recognize this clip name. I don't know why that sticks with me, but that cartoon sticks with me. That was 3. Well... He just went flying right at me. So this one is in Zen. And they give you these really thin pathways to travel across. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, and also there's exploding cacti. I'm gonna have to look up the soundtrack later just because of that song, though. That's really cool. I mean, all the music has been cool, but that particularly... Instant regret? Yeah, I think he blew up a cactus or something. Rip that guy. I'm gonna have to look up this... Yeah, so let's take one more look at that. This is that song, though. That's really cool. So there's a cactus right there. Cool. I mean... And that's where the guy was, yep. All the music has been cool, but that... And... Yeah, that particular... I think that's the hound eye. Was there was either more than one hound eye, or that was cactus shrapnel, I'm not actually sure. Anyway, instant regret. And... more exploding cacti... probably means more regrets. Well, instant regret part 2. Yep. Okay, now we have a whole ton of surprises. Let's go through these. Which one is this? Oh, yeah. I don't remember if this was a thing in Half-Life 2. It almost definitely wasn't in 1. What you doing in there, buddy? You're dying, that's what you're doing in there, buddy. Alright. What the? He's not dead. Holy shit. That's a new one. Okay. Was that a thing in the original? Because I don't remember it. Was not expecting pantsless headcrab zombie. I mean, to be fair, pantsless makes it sound lewd. It's not lewd, it's just pantsless sounds a lot more interesting than legless. Although I guess Legolas is interesting if you're a Lord of the Rings fan. Hang on, can I get out of there? Oh yeah, so this was the elevator in the blast pit section. And I think I had saved right after I had activated this lift. You don't want to be in this lift. I can. You can't get to the lab. What? Now that goes on a blooper reel. Hang on, can I get... You also don't want to be halfway in the lift either. Crap, I lost count again. Okay, that was fine. Yeah, so, this one is titled, I would have preferred a different type of conveyance. What could I possibly mean by that? Oh, that's just mean. calling it a Lieutenant Dan headcrab zombie. I mean, you're not wrong, but that's mean. Yep. So, yeah. Conveyance. Just zap. Like, it's a timed thing, and it's just the perfect timing to walk back in there and be in the right place when the zap happens. Like, you just turned the power back on. What could possibly go wrong? Was that this one? No. Okay. So this was a completely harmless surprise. What the fuck? That thing just launched me. What? Physics. Like, this thing just moved backwards a little bit, and I went flying that way, and also got my health back. Holy crap, the things you can do with this game. Makes me wonder what speedruns would do with this. I haven't looked into that at all. I wouldn't do it, but I'd be curious to watch one. Alright, was that 4 or 5? Okay. So, as opposed to something completely harmless, this is something that is completely not harmless. What the fuck? What just happened?
I think I'm gonna have to...
I think I tried to open the door and it just killed me or something. What? Yeah, just like inspecting the door, then dead. And I don't know why. Unless... this is the section that has the big guy, isn't it? Yeah, so one possibility is he might have killed me through the door. That might also be what happened. So it might not have been the door's fault. Oh, yeah, so remember when I crushed myself like an idiot? Well, about that. I just squished myself. Good job. And also there's falling rocks, and I guess my head just tumbled down a ramp. Okay. Great story. Yep. See this thing I'm under? Yeah, don't be under that when you hit the switch. So this was harmless, but it startled the crap out of me. So, this thing on the right here causes things to bounce. That applies to more than just you. There we go. What the f... That was a little startling. That thing just landed on the catapult. There we go. Yeah, so it can also apply to things that aren't alive anymore. There it goes. What the f... Yep. It sure works. I'm Yep, that was that one. Okay. Right. Oh, yes, this. So, the funny thing about this is kind of a thing in the original game, too. Not quite the same way, but, yep, I sure fell for this one. Or actually, it sure fell for me. Right, so we just got the autosave there, I think, so... Wow, I'm glad I stopped short there. Holy crap, I would have been dead. I spoke too soon. Okay. Could not have orchestrated that one better. Like, seriously. I don't know how much they planned for exactly that kind of reaction, but it worked. Actually, yeah, let's read the title here. When you raise a detonator, winning is losing. This is also in Zen. Zen had a series of, like, different kinds of puzzles and stuff, and this was part of one of them, and I was like, okay, I understand what's happening here. Yeah, but you need to understand the implications of what's happening here. Okay, so the switch is over here. I shouldn't be this close. Ow! Don't go over there that soon. Okay, so the switch is... Yeah, congratulations, you overachieved. Now die. And I knew what I did. Oh, whoops, that was that one. So yeah, remember when we found out things could bounce? Oh, that's what the orange sparkly represents, isn't it? These guys were powering that. What the fuck? Oh god. The rock just got yeeted right into my face. Okay. Oh, bouncing rocks in the video game. That's an upgrade from the usual. Okay, this next one is perhaps not for the squeamish, which you can tell by the title, but this was a little disturbing, but also hilarious. But, okay. Whoa, I didn't mean to pick that up. That's very disgusting. Well, now I can't read anything on... Waiter, you got a little Doom 2016 in my Half-Life. I can't read a damn thing on that button anymore. But none of this is interactable anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Now what am I actually trying to... Hey, there's a valve here. Okay. The valve did something. Great. Yeah, that was... CV Maniac even said there, that needs to go on a blooper reel. And here we are. So there's been a common theme between these games in terms of enemies hurting each other or themselves with explosives. Well, there's going to be some more of that. That guy's just standing there. Hi. I mean, okay. I guess that's a freebie. Not sure what happened to his AI. Okay, that's not one of the explosive ones, but that was still something I appreciated, because otherwise those guys are kind of a problem. Hey, Dime, how you doing? We're nearing the end of the highlight reel, but we're not quite there yet. But there are plenty of highlights, and this will definitely be saved, highlighted, archived, added to the collection / playlist. So if you want to see more of them, we've got some... we talk about hexing and stuff earlier on as well, because we did that. We got a ton of blood clips. But now we're into Black Mesa, which was one of the final games I did this year. This is where I came from, I think. Yep, just indiscriminately lobbing grenades at their comrade's corpse. And followed by indiscriminately lobbing grenades at their comrades, full stop. I don't know what that guy was doing, but ow. Wow! Something landed over there. Yep. Just like, frag out at close range, what could possibly go wrong? That's what happened there. Oh, but this is one of the best ones. So, we saw the one earlier where the dynamite explosion knocked me back across the entire map. Yeah, watch this one. They actually... Holy... Wow. I didn't think they were actually gonna manage to lob the grenade up there, but they sure did. Holy crap. Yep. I think it hadn't landed before it detonated. Like, I think at the split second that it detonates, you can see it in the air. Trying to get back to where it is here. I can't actually get the right frame here. Or maybe that's too late. Ah, damn it. Double-clicking gets out of full screen, so that doesn't help. I'm still looking for it here. Let me try slowing it down. Nope, that was too late again. Oh yeah, you could see it near the top of the screen. It was totally just... it was totally just, making its way up there. Holy... Wow. Yeah. And it just yeeted me down the entire staircase. Didn't kill me. Which might have been the more remarkable part, actually. It would have been pretty funny if it killed me and I was, like, tumbling the entire way. But, yep, there you go. That's your military intelligence quota for the game. This one's a nice touch. I was apparently pretty off with that. I like how it just landed right in front of me. Like, seriously, it's like it's making a statement. It's like, okay, fine. And the clonk, too. You gotta love the clonk. Okay, what was this one? Oh, this is one I was thinking of earlier. So, I was trying to get a barnacle to be useful here, and it was, just not how I anticipated. Oh, come on, he totally avoids them. Oh, the head crab got barnacled, though. Okay, I'll settle for that. Man, listen to those gulping sounds. Yep. Couldn't have set that one up if I tried. So I think this one was unfortunate for both an enemy and myself. Why are you not dead? That ragdoll had a problem. I'm also having a problem. Alright. I'll give that an A+ for the amusing death, anyway. But we're doing it all again. Yeah, so, like, what happened to that ragdoll? Like, look at that. How does it end up doing that? Like, and first it just kind of low-key falls over, but then it does that. Like, wow. This is one that DS clipped, I think. Yeah. So this was when I was trying to cheese this one particular section of Zen that had a lot of tough dudes to deal with. And there's a health regenerator at the end of the hall, but, well, it's not quite that simple. Maybe I should just frickin' sprint to the healing station. Get to the chopper! Yep, that'll work. Now you all can come to me while I'm in here. Oh no, I can't out-heal this. I still died. So, yep. You can't cheese it that easily. At least not on Black Mesa difficulty, which is the medium difficulty setting. And we got one more, which was me trying to perform science. And I expected to die, and I did, but not in the way that I expected to. Okay. Hey, conveyors, I bet those kill me. Let's find out. Did these kill me? Oh no. But that does. Yep, got him. Alright. So, the lasers don't kill you, but getting crushed does. Naturally. Okay. We got through Black Mesa. All that's left is Hexen 2. Which I threw in at the end. Black Mesa was really what I planned to be the final game of 2020 Hindsight, but we had time, so I threw this in as sort of a joke, almost, because I really wasn't sure whether I would complete it. But I did, and we had some fun with that, too. Can I even get up there? Probably. There we go. Oh! Player becomes bored with life. Apparently those were explosive, and I was supposed to know that. I was wondering if there were explosive barrels in this. Well, we just found out. I think there was some kind of marking on that I was supposed to recognize as, oh, this is explosive. Yeah, you can actually see it here. This, like, three-pronged marking with the dots is supposed to mean danger, apparently. So that was in the first hub, so is this one. There's a butcher's shop in the first hub. There's also sheep. Well. But if that means I should be looking through this area, then we can do that. I think the sheep might be a little upset. I would be a little upset standing on that too. But if that means I should be... So, yeah. Sheep in the middle of a butcher shop. Has reason to be concerned. Speaking of sheep... This is from the third hub, actually. Well, I also have this thing. I have a lot of those things. Let's try using one of them. I'm kind of assuming it's not going to work on the golem. It worked! That sheep was very angry, but it worked. I'll live with that. Alright. Oh, I get it. I was thinking that was like a cat's tail or something. No, it's Little Bo Peep's staff. That's what it's supposed to be. Okay. That's hilarious. So, yeah. That was the one. I don't think I ever used those ever again, and I probably should have used them more often, but they're basically Hexen 2's version of the Morph Ovum from Heretic. Because Hexen carried over a bunch of Heretic items, but not every single one. And Hexen 2 brought back a couple, including that and the Tome of Power. Oh yeah, this is kind of like that completely intentional one back in Turok 2. Oh, hi. The first grenade got sidestepped by the scorpion and hit that guy and killed him instead. So, yep, there you have it. Perfectly intentional. This one is from, I think, the final hub, and it's a pretty embarrassing death, though not unjustified because, yes, skull wizards are the worst. I got one hit in before he frickin' disappeared again. I'm gonna die to spiders. I died to spiders. Yep. I was trying, like... These guys warp out so quickly when they're close to death. Or maybe it's not even when they're close to death. Maybe it's just when they feel like it. But they warp out so quickly that I didn't want to waste mana on them. So I was just doing this. But I was taking a bunch of hits, too. Those guys are super annoying. So yeah. Conveyance. This game has some issues with that. These are presumably... Yeah, these are all in the third hub. The Egyptian-themed one. So, you want to see examples of where this hub has problems. Why do I feel like there's supposed to be something with this wall? What the f... What did I hit? Hello? The timing, though. What... I'm reloading because I want to know what the hell... Why do I... So, I'm gonna pause when you can see what it is that I hit. I feel like there's supposed to be something with this. Right there. That is a switch that uses the same texture as the post that it's on. I spent a lot of time in this area and this room. I was pretty mad when I realized that's what it was that I had missed the entire time. And it gives you a key that's for, like, right around the corner from here. Like, just make the switch actually visible. It's all you have to do, game designers. But there's more. Oh, this is where I actually looked at it. I forgot that I clicked that too. Oh, son of a bitch. It blends right in. Look at it from this angle. You do not see that. Look at it from that angle. Hey, look. A switch. Conveyance, everybody. You have got to be kidding me. Okay. Welp. Check your ankles. No, in this case, it wasn't my ankles. I seriously headbutted the damn thing. Yeah, DS with the check your ankles comment, and then... Oh. We do have one more separate conveyance issue. Again, in Thysis, in the Egypt hub. I feel like there should be something else in this room. I feel like there should be something else in this room. Okay. Is this another one of those three-piece... Oh, hello. Okay. Conveyance. Again. Well, I was right. There was something in that room. Not what I expected. I feel like... Yeah, so... It's not even about missing switches, it's that they barely look like switches. Like, this one was just a protrusion in the wall slightly. Like, right there. If you're not looking real close, you're not going to see that. Like, that sort of thing shouldn't be used for required progression, but in these cases, it was required progression. So, kind of took issue with that. If it weren't for that, Egypt would have been my favorite hub, because it definitely had the most interesting puzzles. Speaking of progression, when we finally got some of it, felt like I wasn't the only one excited about it. I'm gonna save here because I don't trust there to not be something in this room. Okay. That was dramatic. The game was very excited. I've never seen the game shake like that before. It suddenly had a lot of coffee. So yeah, we also had a few unpleasant surprises. Suddenly just dead. What? I have no idea what just happened. What? What? Excuse me, what? All I know is I died. I don't know what killed me. Huh? Okay, well, I mean, sure. Like, seriously, let's look at that again. Just dead. Like, for some reason, I landed between the ends of the portal or something, and it killed me, instead of warping me through the portal. So, like, I missed the level transition, I guess? I don't know if it's the way I launched off the ramp or what. Oh yeah, this one. DS like this one. So, do note this large statue over here. I can't seem to shoot those. Oh, I can just jump on top of that. Okay. What? Okay. I don't know what squished me, but we got squished. Don't worry, it'll become very apparent what squished me. Sort of. I mean, it'll become apparent what squished me. It will not become apparent necessarily why. Also, what's the deal with this? Holy f... So I guess that's what squished me last time, but I was, like, at the wall. How did I even trigger that? Okay. Yeah, so, still kind of mystified about how it happened, but we know what happened. Now, what is this one? I don't even remember. Oh, okay. Spoiler warning again, if you don't want to see the final boss of the game. Avert your eyes for a minute. Why did I die in one hit? So it turns out if you're standing in the wrong place at the wrong time, you basically get instantly killed. At the very beginning of the fight. So this is a fun death, just because the game is sarcastic with its death messages. Ow, I'm dead. Oh my god, that death message. Should have quit while she was ahead. Oh, she is ahead. Well done. Yep, got him. And, maybe this squish death should have belonged in technical difficulties too, but these ones were... And also the portal death, actually. But these ones seem more squarely on the game. For this class, it seems to just kind of like throw them in a straight line and they blow up eventually, but I think they might bounce. I blew myself up the first time I tried using them, so I haven't used them much as a result. Speaking of blowing myself up, I just stepped on that because I didn't think it was gonna... Why is that guy embedded in the wall there? He was not bothering me at all. He was just hanging out, I guess. Okay. For this class... So, yeah. That guy totally didn't activate. Was just embedded in that wall. So, like, the death wasn't even the... The death was silly, but that wasn't even the fun part of the clip. So this was honestly terrifying, and it startled me multiple times because apparently not only did it happen, it persisted across multiple trips through the hub. That seems to just be stuck there forever. Okay. Not creepy. And every time I would come back through, and I would get startled by it again. Oh yes, this does not involve exploding barrels this time. It involves something else with them. Okay. Why am I'm sliding on the barrel while I'm on top of the barrel. I'm still sliding on it. What is this sorcery? Apparently that's a thing that works. Okay. So, different kind of barrels are fine. You probably expected explosions. And last but not least, keep an eye on the top of the screen. Presumably we're about to find out why we keep hearing imps. Or they can just all get gibbed because they didn't spawn correctly, I guess? What? Wait a minute. I don't know. I'm still confused. Anyway, this is open now. Yep. That was right at the end of that hub, too. So, couple of instances there where imps probably didn't do the right thing. And that is it. We have made it through the entire thing. It is almost 2 a.m., and I definitely need to stop now. So, we're definitely gonna stop now. The barrel rider. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed the highlights, the look back at reflecting on all of the stuff that we did during 2020 Hindsight, and if any of you missed it, let me open up... Whoops. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna need to drag it in here again, aren't I? Hang on. For those of you who missed it before, here is the sneak preview of what I am planning to do next. I'm playing through a whole bunch of Quake games, or games based on Quake engines, or games loosely associated with the Quake aesthetic, like Dusk. So, I've been wanting to play Arcane Dimensions for a while, and the Quake 2 mission packs, and now that I have an EverDrive 64, I can do Quake 2 64 as well, which is a different campaign entirely than on PC. So, we're going to be doing a bunch of that over the course of weekends throughout the beginning of 2021. Hope you'll hang out with me for some of that. Thanks for hanging out with me for this. We will be going into Hexen 2 Portal of Pravis, the add-on expansion, starting tomorrow night, or really, I guess, 19 hours from now. I can do math at 1 or 2 in the morning. But yeah, thank you everybody for sticking with me, especially this late. For those of you on Twitch, I'm going to find someone for us to host. And once again, this will be available. I will put this into the collection on Twitch and the playlist on YouTube. Let me drop those links one more time for people on Twitch who want links to the other places. And actually, I will toss some of them into the YouTube chat as well. These are other places you can find me and stuff that I do. On YouTube with video game covers, and Twitter when I announce when I'm going live, and my Patreon, which I just started because I am dropping affiliate, so please do not hit the subscribe button on Twitch. If you wish to show support, thank you very much. Do it on Patreon, that way I see more of the money. By dropping affiliate, you see fewer ads, hopefully none. And you get the option of seeing me on Twitch or YouTube, whatever you prefer.